Hey there, sort of a demon. I'm not entirely surprised, especially since I did give forewarning, and I am sort of here at the same time every Saturday, except next Saturday, by the way. We're going on break for next week. Boom, may as well pop myself in. How's everybody doing today? It's going to be a shorter stream. I'm a little bit under the weather, so to speak. But we're going to have to make the most of it. Let me see if I need to pull something up. We're going to react to a little bit of them YouTubes. And once we're done with that, we will move on to maybe play some gotchas. Let's see. Let's start with things. Oh, that's not where I wanted to put that. Start with, how can I, there you go. Let's start with some news from the UK. So apparently the United Caliphate now has blasphemy laws, as a man who burned a Quran in Manchester has been charged with a crime. Fun times. Well, I guess the only difference from Pakistani law is that he's not going to be put to death before he's in prison, where the majority Muslim population will probably do that anyway. Oh boy. Alrighty-ho. So, on to more positive news, or rather, more actionable news, so to speak. So, to the surprise of absolutely no one, hello, Digby. Streamer is at it again? I am at what again? Are you insinuating that I'm instigating something? But yeah, it's a day ending in Y when the rhinos are up to no good. Because these are the people who run on the two-way ticket, proclaiming to be proponents of your two-way rights. And then they suddenly remember that their core constituents are boomers with tens of thousands of dollars in NFA items. And they suddenly start backtracking on dismantling said NFA. The NFA, for those of you who don't know, is the National Firearms Act, which is the chief and most persistent overstepping of the Constitution and the tarnishing of the Second Amendment. It is the primary law that limits the proliferation of modern machine guns, regulates, or rather over-regulates and overtaxes the sale of suppressors and short-barreled rifles, and generally is a nonsensical law that should not exist. Exactly. They suddenly remember that everything must be an investment vehicle. Apparently, an outlet store who I suspect to be Silencer Shop is actually lobbying against deregulating, against two specific laws that we're going to look into. We're actually going to pull up that specific video because I like VSO's delivery about that. He's an angry man. They would totally scalp Nintendo Switches? Probably, yes. Second Amendment Company, there you go. Okay, we're going to look at this later. We're going to let Gerald deliver the gist, and then we're going to go to the VSO channel to be angry. Rhinos are rubbing their hands together in a villainous manner. How dare they culturally appropriate my hand rubbing? But okay, let's let Gerald deliver the rub.
The main reason I do this channel is advocacy for the Second Amendment, to bring you the information, to let you know what we the people can do right now to affect the Second Amendment. And if you think the NFA needs to be whittled away, we need to take action right now if we want to have any hope of getting these two Pro-2A bills to the House floor for a full vote.
Hear, hear.
Republicans are holding up two huge bills that we need to move right now. What bills am I talking about, and why do we want them to get moving? Well, the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act. They are looking to start destroying the National Firearms Act, but a couple moderate Republicans are being cowards right now. You know, when the Democrats have the majority, they charge forward at full speed with whatever the party platform is, whatever their agenda is, they push forward. They don't care who they offend. They don't care. They do. When Republicans are in power,
Sorry, I forgot to turn that off just a second. Yeah, it does. You do have a very good point there. I need to remove the UK as a trigger word for that. Snooze that. Actually, say no to ads. Let me quickly political and sensitive social subjects. Okay, there you go. I tortured y'all with ads. Hey there, not Linkara. We're looking to citizen activism, so you may want to tune in and contribute to that one. Let me exclude Britain from the list of European countries real quick. I'm sure that they will not be against that. Yeah, boom. There you go. You suspect many politicians are influenced by Hollywood movies that depict them as mouse farts? I think they're mostly influenced by money. And by the fact that if they actually solve a problem, such as the NFA, they will no longer have a problem to promise to solve in the next election cycle. Yes, I've seen that stupid John Wick airport. It's not an airport scene, it was an underground scene, I think. But yes, it was John Wick 3. It was a stupid movie altogether. Like, it was a movie that did not need to happen.
Just happy to be there, which is why we're going to put some pressure on some folks, and I need your help. We've done it several times this year already that Trump's been in office, and we've had very good follow through from the people being pressured. So I'm going to give you some people, and I'm going to ask you to do something today, so pay attention here.
Hello there, no Terry.
Introduced by Representative Ben Klein, the Hearing Protection Act aims to reclassify...
Excuse me. Hello, new chatter. I hope you will behave yourself. How can I contribute? According to the black pill community, we're already screwed. Granted, those people haven't left their basement since 2019. Pretty sure they haven't left their basement since 2012. So Gerald is going to explain. I'm going to spoon feed you to the information. Do not worry. Totally new and very well behaved. Well, that remains to be seen.
Suppressors, commonly known as silencers, removing them from the National Firearms Act and treating them as standard Title I firearms. This change would eliminate the $200 tax stamp and the lengthy approval process that's currently required. Now, that's HR 404, okay? It's going to remove suppressors from the NFA, treat suppressors like a standard firearm under the Gun Control Act, eliminate the $200 tax stamp, and streamline the purchasing process for us, for suppressors. Again, that's HR 404, the Hearing Protection Act. Now, supporters argue that suppressors are essential for hearing protection, especially for hunters and sport shooters, emphasizing the health benefits and the need to modernize outdated regulations. And in some countries, not having a suppressor on your firearm is considered rude because you're not being courteous to the other people at the firing range.
I also kind of like not getting tinnitus from someone firing a 308 in the next fucking stall at the end of a range for me. It's a strange time to be black-pilled. The neolib era of stasis is over, it seems. They failed to achieve their goals. Yes, very much so. That is a very, very big white pill right now. So now is definitely not the time for doomerism. Whenever you see a doomer, point and laugh. Never linked anime titty anything? What do you mean? Well, if you do have anime titties to link, there's always the media share folder. Or, never mind, that goes into We Will. Sorry to misdirect you, just in case. But I think not Linkara is just joking.
Next up is the Stop Harassing Owners of Rifles Today Act, or the SHORT Act. It's been introduced by Representative Andrew Clyde. And this legislation seeks to remove short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and AOWs, any other weapons, from the National Firearms Act, aligning their regulation with standard firearms. That's HR 2395. Again, remove short-barreled rifles and shotguns from the NFA. Treat these firearms like standard rifles and shotguns under the Gun Control Act, and it would aim to reduce unnecessary regulatory burdens on us. Now, advocates for the SHORT Act argue that the current classification is arbitrary and it imposes undue burdens on us, the responsible firearm owners. And by reclassifying these firearms, the act aims to simplify compliance.
Here's the thing, Digby. if the choice is between dismantling the NFA and preventing Pelosi from being the most successful stock trader alive, fuck it. She can have all of the insider trading she wants as a little treat, as long as I get to slap a proper stock on my short-barreled MCX and don't have to go through bureaucratic hell or register with the feds to get a suppressor. Just waiting to hear who the roadblocks are because certain people need to be removed from office. We're going to get to that, Notary. Don't you worry. They can't even get people off X. That is also very true. We've been I think it's been like 3 exoduses from X, and every time those people keep crawling back because they need that sweet, sweet engagement.
And uphold our Second Amendment rights. Now, both bills are currently under consideration in the House Ways and Means Committee. And as I said, they're being held up by the Republican majority in that committee. Your voice will make a difference here.
So you want silencer prices to go down, please? Thanks. I'm not sure that would happen because right now, basically, how should I put this? I think that prices of it's similar to real estate basically. Whenever the interest rate is high, the real estate prices go down because they need to compensate for the fact that you're also paying interest on top of the actual price of the home. Same with suppressors. Their market value presupposes that you're also paying a $200 tax stamp on top of that. So there's an understanding that there is that flexibility in terms of pricing. So on the one hand, prices for suppressors may go up slightly, but at the same time, they may go down just on the sheer fact that they will be produced and sold at such significant volume that it's going to be profitable even at a lower margin, if that makes any sense. All right, let's see. Yeah, but surefire war comp that needs a wife. Sure, go for it. You've seen some normies say that the suppressors don't even work. Granted, they're getting their information from poorly shot videos. Audio quality doesn't prove anything. I mean, what do you mean they don't work? They work in the sense that they don't blow out your hearing if you try to fire them in an enclosed space. Like, not experiencing the pressure of the round going off with your ear is the point of a suppressor. And yet, like, they significantly reduce the rapport of the weapon, bringing it down below 100 decibel, usually, for most calibers. Granted, if you're also not using supersonic ammo. X is here to stay. First of all, Digby, it's called Twitter. Bring real meaningful replacement with some functionality people want. Network effect is too hard. You can't even get silencers imported from the UK with tariffs. Are we really tariffing the UK? I thought we were working something out there. It's only illegal if you don't pay the tax. Nor did you expect the mouse fart Hollywood showed them? Probably. Trying so hard to make alternatives. Look what they're doing with Hassan. They've managed to divide more people on their own side by saying that he's the next Alex Jones. Elon Musk bribed you to say X. You don't have a blue check mark. Don't lie to me.
Here is how we all are going to get involved. The House Ways and Means Committee. The main phone number is 202-225-3625.
Okay, now let's focus on that phone number a little bit. If you are in America, and that primarily goes out to not Linkara, no Terry. No, remember to do this during business hours. So, do you? I'm going to check. I am going to verify. I'm going to fact check you. I will not have you lie and spread malinformation in my chat. But yes, if you are in the U.S., if you are registered, oh, holy shit, you do have a blue check mark. God damn it. Well, okay then. Well, I guess you can proceed to say X. Well, yes, if you are in the U.S., Can you call them and laugh at him for having access? Wait, what? To laugh at him for having access to silencers? For not having access, you mean? Oh, as in you have access. I don't think that would be entirely productive, Digby. This is something that this is a subject for constituents to put pressure on their elected representatives on. So call this number just in case. Digby mean. I mean, he was always. I mean, he is a cat. Cats are the largest surplus killers in nature. They commit 2 genocides every quarter. So if you are in the U.S., call this number. Be polite. Be concise. Explain that the Republican Party specifically ran on a deregulation ticket, which includes removing certain items from the NFA, specifically suppressors, short-barreled rifles, and short-barreled shotguns. Explain to them that you as a voter voted on this specific single issue, and if they do not follow through, you will be switching to vote third party, and you will also be working towards primarying whoever is blocking this out of his seat, because no seat is forever safe. No sort of a demon. Absolutely don't fucking do that. This is a serious matter. We need to lock the fuck in. Should get a rifle with a suppressor, pose with it, and then send a picture to American rhinos. I mean, it's going to be a bolt action rifle.
Okay. Their website is waysandmeans.house.gov. I'll have that phone number and the link down below.
Just a second, actually. Please also familiarize yourself with the list of members of the committee. Find your particular Congress critter and call them, including the Democrat ones. Don't write emails, call them. And for Republicans, call one from your district, then go to everyone in your state, and then just go through the list of everyone that you have the stamina to call. Like, for example, I don't think with notable understandings, like, for example, Stubby is definitely not a risk here. He's one of the good guys. The rest of them, especially the older boomer types, may need a little bit of a nudge. The women also. Can I link the video so you can send it to a family member? Yes, sir. Absolutely. This is the link. Yes, make sure to proliferate this video, since none of you fucking share my video or the stream. At the very least, share this one, because you are it is within your direct interests to actually go through with this. But yeah, the statement should be the following, that if the specific congressperson is found to have voted against bringing either one of these laws to a floor vote, which is all we need right now, because the Republicans control the Congress, the Senate, and the presidency. Like, if this is a time that we will not have again in at least 4 years. Because the midterms usually end up in a filibuster. So if you're going to do one thing because I prompted you, do this. Call the Ways and Means Committee, explain that if you see any representatives blocking any one of these proposals from going to a floor vote, you will dedicate your time to primary them out. Copy pasted everything to a separate folder? Okay.
But what I want you to do is to reach out to the committee and express your support of 404, HR 404, and HR 2395, and letting them know that we put them there for a reason. These 2 types of bills were the sole reason that they were elected, is to pass these things, to get rid of restrictions on the Second Amendment. Now, before I tell you there's a lot of members on this committee, so I'm going to try to make it easy for you. And before I tell you who the Republican leader is of the House Ways and Means Committee, a quick thank you to our sponsor, Attorneys on Retainer. If you're a gun owner in America, you need a legal team that actually understands your rights. And these are not your average lawyers. These are two-way warriors. They're ready to stand by your side if the government ever targets you for exercising your rights. Think of this, guys and gals. We don't get to choose when we have to act in self-defense of ourselves, our others, our loved ones, our neighbors, or anybody else. I joined AOR, Attorneys on Retainer, because I trust Mark Victor and his team, the Attorneys for Freedom law firm, to fight for me if I'm ever in a self-defense incident. But don't just listen to me, listen to what this Attorneys on Retainer member had to say.
What happened on the night of your incident?
We were at a barbecue and it was getting crazy. When he started running at me, reached for the back of his pants, I just pulled out my firearm. Once the target was down so that he's not a threat anymore, I just called you guys.
The majority of programs immediately exclude you if you happen to be in a gun-free zone at the time that the incident occurs.
The strike force was called. If that doesn't happen in this case, he's still sitting at Rikers Island today.
Lawyers are like real-life superheroes because you can give people a chance to really get a second chance in life.
All right. You should know that AOR is the only law firm in the nation exclusively committed to self-defense cases. That's all they do. And with AOR, you have an attorney on the line when you call their 24/7 emergency hotline. If you ever get into a self-defense incident, AOR will have your back. Plus, if you join now, or if you're already a member, upgrade, you can lock in your pricing until 2030. This is huge because they added a bunch of new benefits like red flag and civil liability coverage. And of course, that costs money, so prices will be going up. If you're already a member, you already have the email and the code is in it to upgrade and unlock your new benefits at no extra cost. So be sure to join before December 31st of 2025 and get your pricing locked in until January 1st of 2030. That's huge.
Here's the thing. I am cautious about AOR because their spokesperson has had some interesting political aspirations in the past. However, the service they provide seems to be good. And yes, they are basically just lawyers on retainer as opposed to what USCCA offers or what US Law Shield offers. And that's why I expect them to be significantly more expensive. Like I have US Law Shield, and whenever I call them up, I'm not actually, so they do have a 24/7 hotline. That much is true. That hotline is not manned by attorneys. It's manned by people who have sort of the authority to connect you to an attorney eventually, which is enough for most people. When I have a legal question, I can actually just call them and ask them about certain things like, handling of NFA items and whatnot. Or they can even do a lot of the sort of the clerical work. Like, for example, I know that I can get in touch with an attorney who can set up a gun trust for me or things of that nature. But there is a very specific difference in what you're paying for. Like USCCA, probably let's not go with USCCA at all, just based on their internal policies. The US Law Shield is for cases when you are clearly in the right. AOR is for cases when better judged by 12 than carried by 6. I've had to call US Law Shield twice for their emergency number. They've always answered. They always answer. It's just that it's not an attorney answering. Like, it's not someone who's like a barred legal representative. That's the thing. Like, they will get you to someone with a law degree eventually, just not at the initial point of contact.
Huge. And you can get $50 off your individual sign-up fee right now, or $25 off your family plan sign-up fee right now by using my code GNG at the link below. All right, let's get back to this. I strongly encourage you all to call Representative Jason Smith. Jason Smith is the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. And I really would like you to call the other members as well. There's a lot of members on this committee. There's like 25 Republicans and 21 Democrats. And I'm going to make it easy for you. The link down below is going to go to the committee members page. You just click on the picture of each person and it gives you their email and stuff like that. And I'm also going to list their individual offices' phone numbers down below. It's a lot of work I'm doing to get you this information. So please get busy and light them up. Now, I don't know why
let me paste this.
Moderates
keep talking.
on the House Ways and Means Committee are holding these bills up, but we need to jump on them. They're trying, I don't know what they're trying to do, but we want them to advance these bills to strike suppressors and SBRs and SBSs and AOWs from the NFA. But instead, these clowns are playing games with our rights while they get filthy rich in the process. Now, I have heard that the committee is furious right now because some people have already started calling them about this. Good. The fact that they're pissed off means they're hearing us. But we still haven't seen them promise to do the right thing here yet, and we need them to do it now. If you can help us generate more phone calls over there, I would honestly be very, very grateful. And just like the Democrats do when they're in power, we have to make these Republicans advance our priorities at all costs. We cannot just let gun owners vote and give Republicans power only to sit back and watch while they stall our bills and break their campaign promises. Guys, call them now. The link's down below. The phone number to the committee is down below, as well as the members. Like I said, there's like, I don't know, 50 members, 47 members.
So the chairman of the committee is active on Twitter. So make sure that every time he says something, you reply with send HR 404 and 2395 to a vote. Again, be polite. Do not glow. Don't get yourself suspended or banned. Just express that it has to go to a vote. What is this? Notice of meeting, Committee Ways and Means, May 9th. Schedule the meeting of the committee to be held. Legislative proposals to comply with the reconciliation directive, including direction of correction resolution for budget fiscal year. That's not what we asked for. Trying to see if there's any reaction since. Have people gotten complacent? They have. The only legit reason you can think of to hold up this bill is an attempt at repressing silencers as firearms instead of as accessories. See, no, Terry, the problem here is that we need to exercise the same incrementalism that the anti-gunners have. We chip away at the NFA, slowly but surely, leading to its complete dissolution, and then we can get to full deregulation of suppressors. Like, having them not be governed under the NFA is already big. Because, for example, in Texas, once you go through the initial NICS background check, I can sell and buy those in private sales willy-nilly. Sure, but here's the thing, though, Terry. It's very difficult to just deregulate something that is an NFA item with one fell swoop. Like, it is a very big lift for the swamp dwellers. 404 and HR 2395. Is it 2395? 2395. DC shouldn't have electoral votes. They already don't. All right, so make sure every time this dude tweets anything, you respond with something to that effect. Do not glow. Do not get yourself banned. Do not give the pro-gun movement a bad name. Be insistent, but cordial. They do? That should got. Wait, what? Since when does. Wait, no. Since when does DC get a vote? Oh, that's true. They may have a representative actually, but they don't have. They're not. They want it to be a state, as opposed to just a special district. But let's actually get some news from the VSO channel regarding some inside baseball.
You and I and every American citizen in this nation wakes up every morning wearing a chain that we were fitted with at birth, a chain that was forged long before we were born by the ineptitude of our great-grandfathers. The National Firearms Act.
It's always ironic that gun grabbers claim up and down how dangerous guns are, yet when things get violent where they live, they harass Walmart employees because apparently it's easy to buy a gun. What? I'm not sure what you're referring to. If there's a video of the specific thing that I've never heard of that particular sequence of happenings. Walmart employees, really? Imagine a senator who was born in DC and never has to leave, has the authority of national issues. Ugh. Oh, I overfilled my infuser. That's bad.
Is the unconstitutional predication of nearly every piece of gun control that you live under today. The gun control that infringes on your God-given inalienable right enshrined in our Constitution to defend your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That right curtailed by the short-sighted lapse in fortitude to put liberty before control has led to deaths and imprisonment uncountable at the hands of government. Many of us.
Reminder that we had a lower overall crime rate when you could literally mail order a functioning Thompson machine gun to your door without as much as a background check.
I have spent my entire sentient adult life working against this. Many more of my colleagues have worked harder and longer. Many, many more still have gone to their graves without seeing the mission of dismantling that completed. And I come to you this morning behind the veil of barely contained rage because we have people and entities within our own community, traitors, working to prevent that from happening. So today, I'm going to take a real quick break, hear a word from our sponsor, and then I'm going to bring this to you unabridged.
That's not the sponsor.
So last night he used him.
Honestly, nothing better than when a guy breaks.
Today's video is brought to you by the Modern Gun School. This is not the
You used to be able to mail order a crew-operated machine gun, exactly.
the other place that you've heard online that is cool with taking your entire GI Bill and running with it. This is an accredited online university. Whether you just want to learn a few things or you want to break into a career in the firearms industry, check them out at Modern Gun School, and let's hop into the video. I have been asked to make this video today, and I tell you, it was a hard choice because in agreeing to do so, I have made certain assurances that particular details will not be made public at this time, and it really, really hurts me to do so because
Didn't see kids turning their cars into armored cars and hosing down their schools with them? Well, yes, because people who are socialized and have lifetime stakes don't really do things that are not conducive to survival. I want to quickly peruse the comments, actually. I think so. Here's the thing. I think it's silencer shop. I have this is my tinfoil hat.
Because I want the next level of information, which is the names of the individuals that have perpetrated this crime against us. I can only tell you at this time that I've received a leak from the people on the ground, the team that is working to pass the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act, that there is a company that is a purveyor of NFA items.
There was only one.
That is seeking to impede the progress of the Hearing Protection Act for monetary gain. They seek to make millions by the sustainment of the National Firearms Act. Their bottom line will be severely impacted, but not severely impacted as will be if they do not reverse course. I made sure that I included a sponsor on today's video to illustrate a point. There are anti-capitalist forces within our community and in our industry that believes that the people should not be able to live and work in the Second Amendment space. And in my opinion, those are members of the opposition that fuel those things. So this is not an anti-capitalist sentiment.
The word he's looking for is pinko.
I live and work here, and I think that it is exceptionally important that our industry is solvent and people are doing well and can do big things in our industry. I think that it is imperative that that is the case. In fact, I would say that my fate is directly tied to that of the Second Amendment movement, having taken a career, and there is no looking back at this point in time, folks, a career in the Second Amendment space. However, there is a line, a principled line that thou shalt not pass. I know that this may be shocking to some of you out there, but there are people that are in the gun industry specifically to make money, not because they're into firearms, not because they're into the Second Amendment, not because they believe in liberty, but solely for the purposes of making money. I had a meeting one time with a dude at the NRA annual meeting one time that said that he was in fear of his life because there were so many people carrying guns at that convention. These people absolutely do exist. Thankfully, they are a minority. And that particular individual is no longer around. He was made a pariah, thankfully. And the brand went on to do great things. And I would hope that this is the same situation that we are in now, where this is a couple individuals that are short-sighted and do not understand or do not believe. And if that is the case, then they must be excised from our community so that the brand can continue. In fact, this is not the first time that this has happened with this specific concept, the Hearing Protection Act. Do you remember last time the Hearing Protection Act was here? There was an entity that you all would recognize that had some rogue individuals within it that had consolidated enough power to pull levers at the particular right time to spend the momentum of that movement. And we all know what happened with the Hearing Protection Act last time around. Those individuals have since been booted. And it is my sincere hope that this is the same exact situation as before. However, if it is not, I promise you that we will burn this company to the ground around you. However, this time around, we have learned a thing or two about this game that you wish to engage in, and to continue to saddle your fellow Americans with the yoke of government, to continue to support this institution that infringes on the rights, the natural rights of your fellow citizens. Your fate is now tied to the success or failure of this movement. we had best see an about face. We had best see you correct the damage that you have done to the momentum of this movement. This is your only warning. Once this video publishes, I guarantee you that this device will absolutely melt. And the vast majority of those that will be calling it, emailing it, texting it, and whatever elsing it will be heavy hitters and movers and shakers at every level in our industry, from manufacturers to brokers to OEM to content creators to mass media, name it. And I will be compiling a list of people that need to know this information.
See, I like Angry Gun Santa. He looks like the type to get shit done.
The markup on those bills is next week. You best get to work.
Hell yeah. So,
Hello?
my guess, because it's the only NFA item specific company or business that I know of, is Silencer Shop. I would like to be wrong, because having interacted with Silencer Shop, they seem to be mostly nice people. But their business model is specifically hinged on the NFA being what it currently is. You suppose they're worried about competition? No, they're not worried about competition. If both the Short Act and the Hearing Protection Act passes, they no longer have a unique a unique value proposition. That is it. That is all they specifically do. What they specifically do is, so they have these little kiosks set up in their partner FFLs. And basically, they make the process of filing your Form 1s and your Form 4s as easy as possible. So they apply as much lubricant as possible as there possibly can be to the process of actually purchasing an NFA item. They make fingerprinting easier. They make filling out the forms easier. Like, they try to bridge the gap as much as possible, and this is their main value proposition. Aren't they an aggregation site? You don't go there to look for silencers. You look at Wilson and Surefire, and so they're not an aggregation site per se. They are, well, they are an FFL. They're a Class 3 FFL. And what they do is you make a purchase on the website, and realistically, they are the easiest place to shop for a suppressor right now. Like, for example, I am currently scoping out a SIG, yes I know, suppressor for the MCX, and they have like the most availability of suppressors online overall. I wouldn't say that they die, but they definitely lose their specific market where they are currently the only player. They lose a monopoly on what they have on what they have built. Like, the service of being a one-stop shop for buying an NFA item sort of goes away for them, and they just have to function as a normal everyday online. They basically turn into a Palmetto State Armory with better access to suppressor suppliers. Competition kills monopolies. Exactly. Well, and they are a monopoly. So they are a natural monopoly because they are the only ones who have done the footwork of actually, setting up the capability of selling you gun trusts, selling you tax stamps. They've streamlined the process as much as possible. They've done good, honest work in that particular sense. But if suppressors and short-barreled rifles are removed from the NFA, they are fucked. Like, that is it. They need to rehash their. Why don't I see I do see manufacturer. I'm just blind. They lose their premier spot in the market. They need to pivot and restructure, and that is why I suspect that they may be the culprits behind this. Calibers. Really? No 300 blackout suppressors? What the fuck? SLH 762 QD. That's not the one I need. SLH 762C. Oh, nice. SLH 762 Ti, also QD. Direct thread. Oh, that's SLX. Those are flow throughs. I don't like flow throughs. That's the surge suppressor for the spear. Oh, there it is. So I'm probably looking at buying something like this, although I would like a TI profile. But I don't think they make those anymore. Yeah. Because I don't have a quick QD mount. I have a direct thread. I mean, I could also put a QD there, but why bother? Like my suppressor attaches behind the handguard, so having a quick release, a quick detach mount doesn't really do anything for me. Please don't show my location. Do not add a tax stamp to your order for this promotion. Oh, see? So what they do is they'll sell you an item and they'll offer to give you a gun trust. Usually a gun trust is needed to make it easier for you to transfer NFA items between family members. And also they add the tax stamp that you have to pay for any NFA item. So #1 in the NFA industry. What is the SLX one? I think it's a flow-through one, right? SLX series suppressors features internal multi-flow path within the gases exhaust faster rate, traditional style baffle suppressors, less toxic fumes flowing back through the ejection port, but I need the back pressure. The SLX series is performance-based suppressor designed to be used with supersonic ammunition. Okay, interesting. Ideal for users focused on flash reduction and lower toxic fumes. The new low-tox SLX suppressor delivers... See, I already don't have toxic fume backflow because I don't run a direct impingement rifle. Mine is piston-driven. Low resistance exhaust gases, faster rate traditional baffles. SLX features less ppm and traditional baffles. Is it technically a flow-through suppressor? See, like everything, if it's not a flow-through, then I would like this. This is probably the suppressor that I would go for, especially since my handguard profile is specifically designed to accept this. Because the chunkier ones, I'm not entirely sure. And also they have less signature reduction because, shorter. Although I guess this is the one that was originally intended now that I look at it. Okay, this might be the one that I'm actually looking at. Because I think my my faux suppressor device is designed for this profile of suppressor. Caliber 762. Okay, so these are all SLXs. SLH-TI. That's the one I want. Okay. Okay, they are all multi-flow, so there is no difference between SLX and SLH. I see. Sorry, I'm rabbit holing, but yes, I am suspicious. Like my suspicion is that Silencer Shop is the most likely culprit in this particular event. They're also probably the best place to get a 2-stamp rifle. For example, if you're a Q fan, they have Sig Rattlers in stock. Interesting. 5.56, really? Why? So yeah, if you want to, for example, get a proper Q item like a Honey Badger SD, you would go to Silencer Shop as your go-to because it's the easiest to go through them rather than file that with a different Class 3 FFL. FN 501 Tactical. That's not a very sexy price though. CMMG Banshees, SBRs, Daniel Defense. Let's let's see if they have the Honey Badger SD in stock. Q-Fix, Minifix, Honey Badger SBR, Honey Badger SBR Silencer. That's not the SD variant. Sugar Weasel Short Barrel. Really? No SD? What the fuck is that? An integrally suppressed Q minifix. Out of stock currently. That is kind of cool. But yeah, basically you would go to Silencer Shop to buy something like this. That's a 2-stamp gun, where it's inherently an SBR because this is like barely even a 5 or 7-inch barrel, has the Q suppressor, has a proper telescoping stock. So having to do that through any other retailer would be a pain in the ass. Barrel length 7 inches. Yeah. So I'm going to see what the expose is going to look like. I'm not going to torture you with cat videos today. You will be spared. This caught my eye while I was looking for slop to watch with the chat. So we're going to look into Katori Shintoryu.
Japan, Tokyo, a human anthill full of flashy advertisements on an anthill that never sleeps.
I already hate the background
If
commentary.
you tune in to the frenzied pulse of the city, you will suddenly feel a strange undertone. Underneath the chaos and various confusions of sounds and crowds of rushing people, you can feel the traditions, the sacred tradition of the ancient samurai. A tradition that lives on.
I'm starting to suspect that that's an AI voice. I am that paranoid now.
As a torch that brings light, a set of sacred rules of the Japanese samurai Bushi no Ishigan, which means something like the word cannot be broken, appears sometime around the 12th century. In the 15th century, the first Japanese schools that began to deal with traditional martial arts began to emerge. Among the oldest of these is Tenshin Shoden
This man sounds like he's doing this to raise money for his
Katori
alimony.
Shinto Ryu, founded by Isasa Shoisai Inao. He was a master known for his excellent technique, as well as an excellent strategist.
I don't appreciate the mispronunciation of Japanese words. It's flat and stable. They don't emphasize anything. Okay, so this is AI slop.
Sword one cannot consider.
の長男坊とはやって門弟の方から
Okay, there's real
なん
interviews
か
in here.
教わるような形でやってましたね。2番目の兄貴とは時々やりましたけれど、それ以外の方、それから弟ですかとはやりました。あとの長男坊とはやっておりません。
Isasa Choisai Inao said that the most beautiful victory is achieved without weapons and without fighting. Then when one is forced to injure the opponent, and the worst is one achieved by killing an opponent. Sugino Yukihiro has 2 sons, and each of them continues the almost 600-year-old tradition of their school, so it will be preserved for future generations.
まあ子供の頃で言えば、
Have they actually just cut costs by not having a background announcer?
僕から見た先生は厳しかったです。はっきり言って厳しかったです。ちょっとエピソードになっちゃうんですけど、もう全く同じことやってわからない状態で、もう違うしか言わなくて、泣き出しちゃったこともありました。まあ特にやっぱ子供の頃っていうのはその記憶が鮮明に覚えてますね。まああとはまあ厳しいんですけど、優しいところもやっぱあって、わからないことがあると、まあ最初は厳しいんですけど、まあ優しく教えてくれたりすることはありました。はい。
私の父は、普段はすごく優しいんですけれども、 稽古になるともうとても厳しいというイメージがありますが、基本をしっかり教えていただいているというのもありますね。現在脈々と代をつないでいて、外国人の方にももっと幅広く、教えているというのも伝わりますし、日本でも、しっかりとした技を伝えていると思っております。なので、私もその意思を継いで、続けていければいいなと思っています。
It's nice to see that Katori has such a solid ground for its continued proliferation. It is a very popular school. It is a very numerous school, and it is a school that maintains its heritage very well.
Not only beginners study at Sugino Dojo, but also people who have been studying martial arts for decades. Of mind, soul, and body. Ki, Ken, Tai, Ichi.
特に幸宏先生には槍を根節丁寧にですね、お教えいただいて、感謝をいたしております。私、杉の道場100年を迎えるということで大変素晴らしいことだと思っております。杉の道場の香取神道流は18代の飯笹森貞先生のお弟子さんにあたります椎名一蔵先生にですね、杉野先生が、神道流を、習われまして、それが今日まで、伝わっているということであります。私、神道流の素晴らしいことはどこにあるかと言いますと、思っているかと言いますと、それは飯笹長斎先生という方が剣術何を習ったか、私、上古流と呼ばれているですね、日本の剣術には上古流、中古流、それ、というふうに、分けて考えますけれども、上古流っていうのはおそらく鎌倉時代以前の流派だと思いますが、その一番最後の宝眼流というですね、流派がございます。これは源義経も、鞍馬山で、習った、剣術であります。それを長斎先生が習われて、そして今の神道流の技の中にもそれが残っている。つまり、歴史で言いますと、とても古い時代からの日本の剣術ですね、武術が保存されているということを何よりも素晴らしいことだというふうに思っております。
私は、入門してから46年経ちます。それで一番の思い出はやはり、今の先生も有名ですけれども、王先生の杉野義雄王のことを思うと、ちょっとやっぱり、涙が出てくる。
I think actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think that one of the reasons for better longevity outcomes for the Japanese is the fact that their senior population is very engaged in maintaining certain traditions, be it crafts or the proliferation of traditional martial arts. It forces them to be physically active, it gives them a social network, it keeps them engaged until a very advanced age. And I think that actually contributes very significantly to their longevity. Because the main killer at old age is frailty. And you become frail through becoming unengaged, through basically removing yourself from everyday life.
それはなぜかっていうと、7人の杉野先生っていうと、黒澤明監督の7人の侍っていうのが世界的にも有名、今でも有名です。世界の金字塔っていうまで言われているこの7人の侍。ぜひ皆さん機会あったら、映画でも、それからビデオでもお買いになって。
You imagine the current young generation won't have that benefit as modern Japanese life doesn't seem to allow it? You are very wrong, Digby. You could not be further off the mark if you tried. There is a very significant infrastructure for supporting a lot of these traditional arts and crafts. The Japanese society holds these in great regard, and a lot is done to preserve and maintain that. The pipeline of people going into traditional arts is very strong. Usually you will have centers of that proliferation. I mean, let's look at the mammoth that is the judo industrial complex, and even more obscure martial arts such as, for example, kyudo, which is the art of archery. Let us hate the boomer. You can hate the collective Western boomer all you want. Japanese boomers are very different. You need to understand that Japan exists in a very different cultural environment, and their generations behave very differently from the ones seen in the West. They have a lot more continuity. Their boomers didn't actively work to dismantle and tarnish their culture. They never had a hippie generation. You think Kyudo is highly under-practiced, and you would encourage anyone getting into it to not accidentally slip into Olympic-style archery? Yes, very, very true. Well, first of all, it's very misunderstood by Western practitioners. Kyudo is a form of meditation before it is a form of archery. And a lot of Westerners, when they encounter Kyudo, they sort of fall into the athletic point scoring sort of accuracy by sort of performance by volume sort of thing, without really appreciating what's really happening. But the thing is that no, youngsters are the younger generations very much have all of the infrastructure they need to participate in this. Today's May 10th, so the week before, Kyoto had a very large event happen. It happens every year. It happens during Golden Week, specifically around the Emperor's birthday, where they'll have several organizations usually participate in that. One of the more prominent ones is Dainippon Potokukai, which is the Society of Martial Valor of Great Nippon. Their primary function is conservation of traditional martial arts, and sort of insular to that is their event. Well, as part of that, they have an annual event that's called a Butokusai, which is a festival of martial valor, basically. So that happens in late April. Directly after that, the Japanese Federation of Kendo and Kenjutsu has what's referred to as an Embu Taikai, which is sort of demonstrational exhibition fights. Let me actually find that, because that should be searchable, because there was a big live stream I was watching yesterday. Okay, let's see. Let's break out the Japanese keyboard. Kendo. Embu Taikai. 4 years ago. I've seen like a very recent live stream that I would just need to look for. Never mind. You know what, this works. It's the same every year. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. So this building is the historic Butokusai, the Q Butokusai. No, not Butokusai. Fuck. Budokuden, Q Budokuden, the historic, I guess, hall of martial valor. It is a building that was specifically constructed for the purpose of demonstrating martial arts to the imperial family, or in the imperial presence. How's the average skill level shown? All kinds are only veterans. For the Enbu, I believe they try to select representatives who are highly skilled, who are good representatives of the school. So, Kyoto. Kyomizudera, Heian Jingu. So the building we're currently looking at is this. So this is the Heian Shrine, arguably the primary, the prime place of interest in Kyoto, which is the familial shrine of the imperial family. And this is the Kyoto Budo Center. So this is the modern facility. I wonder if I can do a street view here real quick. Okay. little bit to the side, but that's okay. That's fine. That's enough for us. So over there, that's the modernized building that features spaces for judo, spaces for kendo. It's basically a multi-functioning sports center. You just pay fees, you sign up, or you sign up as part of a class. It's just open to the community. Now over there, I wonder if I can actually. There's probably not a street view of the thing, is it? Is there? Well, there is a road here. Nah, I can't look at it, unfortunately. Loving the vibes of the Brutalist Gate? Yes. I mean, it's it is utilitarian, but it's also mimicking a traditional style. I'm not even sure this is concrete. I think this is wood. Yeah, this is wood. These are wooden pillars, if I recall correctly. Because I've trained in both in that building and in the larger building behind it. So that the cascading traditional roofs you see there, that is the Butokuden. It's like someone showed a Soviet architect a torii and he said, "Hold my vodka, comrade." A lot of sort of Showa era construction is like that, and I think it's a nice nod to the tradition, while also, you know, retaining certain utilitarian components of it. I like it. I like the Budo Center. Let me see if I can't find some better photos here. So this is the interior. This is the outside. These nice solid wooden doors, they fold over. I wonder if I can't get a better view of the building itself, though. Kyubotokuden, that's the name of the building. That's the Gyokuza. So most Japanese dojos will have an altar, a Shintoist altar. This one has a room specifically dedicated for the viewing pleasure of the imperial family. And one of the times that I was here, there was actually a member of the imperial family present. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. One of the people who appreciates good brutalism. There it is. That's the exterior. So it is, for all intents and purposes, a traditionally built, sort of flattened pagoda. And right next to it is the Kyudo Center. They have an archery field right next to it. There's also a sumo gym right next to it as well on the other side of the field. And in the spring, they'll have a big, well, several times throughout the year, they will have a big grading session for school students, for high school age students. And you'll see people with walking around with bows and with shinai to participate in this. It's very heartening. So you have different schools presented here based on, I'm going to say that this is Yagyu Shinkageryu, just based on the use of the heavy gloves. Someone's demonstrating Jodo, or Jojutsu, which is the art of using the short staff. Other people are showing traditional fencing techniques. This is Seite Kata, so these are the traditional fencing forms found in Kendo. You know what? This is the year that Corona broke out. Holy shit. This is 2019. This is, oh right, it was directly before, I think, if I'm not mixing up my dates. Wait, what? I'm getting my dates mixed up. Just a second, let me check. Because Corona broke out, what, in early 2020, right? Or late 2019? I want to verify something real quick. Let's see. It's probably 22. I think that's 2017. Dates. That's 2019. Holy shit. So I am actually, at this time, currently loitering somewhere while this video is being taken. I am currently loitering on the outside of this building because there's a little Budo paraphernalia market that sets itself up outside of the Kyobudokoden. There is a non-zero possibility of me accidentally face-popping somewhere in the background. Imagine while this is happening, some Chinese guy who ate a bat is coughing up his lungs in the hospital corridor. I'm literally somewhere in the outside crowd. The only non-Asian guy in the crowd. Get him. Get his ass. Ah, that's Nita Nichiryu back there. So yeah, to your previous comment, Digby, there's very much a robust infrastructure for young people to engage in martial arts. Their willingness to do so varies. Sometimes, economic pressures will be such that they disincentivize young people from doing anything but just surviving.
それでご覧になっていただきたいと思います。一番この7人の
And then again, you always have a difference between Koryu, which is just, hardline traditional disciplines, and then you will have things that are potential meal tickets like Olympic sports. Like judo is never going away.
侍の中で、私は本当心を打たれるのはやっぱり、技もそうですけれども、精神的なものが映画の中に非常によく、含まれております。非常によく見ていると皆さんもう長くやっておられる方は大体これはどこのどういうその有名な、剣客が使った技かということがよくお分かりになると思いますので、機会がありましたら、ぜひ見ていただいて、お会いする機会がありましたらまたその感想でもお聞かせいただいたら大変私と嬉しく思います。
僕は1991年に、杉の道場に入門しまして、もうその頃から幸宏先生にはずっとお世話になっています。
There's a pair of Japanese judo practitioners running around London before the First World War. They were part of Barton Wright's mixed martial arts gym. I can see that. Yeah, sure. The Japanese were very, how should I put this? They were very forthcoming in cultural exchange and sharing things they knew, including sort of certain exports that included both tea ceremony and judo. You wonder if there's any influence from that in some parts of Japanese judo world? Probably not. I think it was more of an outward exchange that was sent there. Judo is very much a thing in and of itself. Even today, they are openly flaunting their disregard for the sensibilities of the International Olympic Committee, for example. They've recently run an all-Japan judo tournament that just dismissed Olympic rules altogether. They've reintroduced leg grabs again.
僕はそれほど厳しくいろいろ怒られたという記憶よりは本当によく見てもらってるなと思っていまして、そうですね、5年に1回ぐらい必ず初めの頃はですね、脇打ちを大きく直されました。それが一番記憶に残っていまして、自分でできると、できるようになったなと思う頃に大体注意をされると。そういう意味では本当に今でもですね、僕がやってることをよく見てくれて、 必ず正しい方向にですね、導いてくれていると、非常に感謝をしているという次第でございます。
We return back to the village of Katori, where we are to meet Fumio Ishida in a
God damn it, how do you keep finding words that I haven't oh, you said Europe, never mind. Be funny though, there was some obscure dojo that was also taught a bit of catch wrestling or something that one of their old techniques picked up in Europe. I mean, catch wrestling has more influence from judo and jiu-jitsu than they would like to admit, because in the process of development of catch wrestling, they were basically integrating training methods from everywhere they can find, and they were glomming onto everything that is effective. Thank you for that patch, Gotcha Crespian.
the basics of every martial art, and that is TI.
それから大先生が、よく初心の人に、私も最初の頃は随分言われましたが、巻き打ちを練習するときに必ずこの気合い、とっても言われたわけでございます。
You're doing this on purpose at this point. Modern catch wrestling, yes. Catch wrestling that existed in Europe for hundreds of years, predating European knowledge of Japan. You're gonna say old continent? Yes, sorry about that. I need to set the cooldown a bit longer. Probably not. I think the footprint. So there are a lot of books that are written on Japanese jiu-jitsu by Englishmen. Like there are a lot of studies of the Japanese continent, specifically by the British. Like there's a very good study on on tea culture, and I'm going to blank on the name of the author. I have his book in my Kindle library, and it's like it is very Britishly granular. Like whenever he explains something, he goes into like the same autistic detail as the Japanese do, and he's very, very specific and correctly translating all of the details and that the Japanese would pay attention to. And there are several books on jiu-jitsu written in the same style. I'm looking at buying either reprints or looking for originals of those books.
今になるとその巻き打ちと気合というのはですね、こういうことだったのかっていうのが70年してやっとわかるというような感じです。体を動かすのと合わせて呼吸をセットで。
Americans microwave water? Do we? Why? Of course, the British write about foreign tea. And listen, they wrote about a lot of stuff, and the books about tea are actually very good.
動かしていく。
Despite the fact that the British don't really know what good tea is.
っていうことで、例えばその禅を修行したりとかですね、ヨーガを修行したりというのと同じような効果がですね、自然と神道流の稽古をやっていく中でついてきた。そういうことだったのかというのが今になって、思い出されます。それからもう一つですね、神道流の、お稽古、特に古武道のお稽古をやられているときに、一人でですね、稽古をしてるわけじゃないよと。相手とのいろんな関係性の中で、稽古は成り立っていくという。
Listen, all I'm going to say, Digby, is that you never hear the Japanese bitch about the Japanese segment of the British Museum. But they love to explore other people's stuff. That's very accurate. And listen, the British have produced a better description of the logic of constructing a Japanese garden in a written medium than the Japanese ever would, because they like to gatekeep that knowledge, and they like to keep a lot of the details to what's referred to as kuden, the verbal transmission. Certain things are not supposed to be written down. Third worlders being insecure, exactly.
いうこともよくおっしゃっておりました。それと同じようなことを、禅宗のですね、お坊さんもおっしゃっておりました。その呼吸と関係性、そういうようなものをですね、少しでもこう感じ取っていただけたら、その中にそのエコロジックな美をですね、発見してもらえたら、それはとてもですね、面白い、楽しいことだと思いますし、過去が今に、今が未来につながる一つのですね、
The Japanese love to gatekeep, the British meanwhile go, this is cool, check it out, I wrote a 10-book series to documenting it. Yes, very based. Both, actually.
動きになっていくんではないかというふうに考えております。ぜひ皆さんもですね、そんな体験をしていただけるとですね、稽古がますます面白く、楽しくなってくるんだろうというふうに思います。
In Japan and in Sugino Dojo, not only Japanese people study.
Honestly, if I had a Katori Shintoryu dojo in Austin, at this point, I would have probably just gone
This has
there.
almost.
Do I want to listen about government cheese? Probably not this time. Let's look at this. I think Digby posted this. I don't know why y'all insist on it was that or spending time with a British woman. Understandable.
Oh my god. I can't believe they did it. They did the meme. They made a magazine-fed revolver. Like, come on. Everyone knows that you don't use magazines to feed a revolver. Because, you know, the rounds are in the cylinder. The part that revolves. Which is why it's called a revolver. What makes it even more hilarious is that the action of this gun is based on the Luger. So you have a Luger revolver that shoots high explosive rounds. This gun must have been designed by a CNN journalist. But the worst part is, this gun could be functional, theoretically at least. You see, there is a real-life magazine-fed revolver, known as the Landstad 1900. It feeds by carrying the rounds from the magazine and into the bottom of the cylinder. Then the cylinder rotates up, the round gets fired, and the casing is then extracted from the cylinder and ejected from the top of the gun. Looking at the Mattel, that seems to be how it would work. Thankfully, one of my fans drew up this glorious schematic to try and make sense of this ridiculous design. Oh my god.
You do not like Cyberpunk? Listen, that is definitely an opinion. Is that not a thing of beauty? No, I would like to rinse my eyes with bleach after having witnessed that. 11-minute video. I'm going to quickly triage what I'm going to look at today. I don't want to look at Hassan.
To me when I come back to America and I see these very cringe to me when I come back to America and I see these guys who are teaching Muay Thai and it's like these 7 punch combinations. Just because it's punching and kicking and you're throwing in knees and elbows doesn't make it Muay Thai. It's not the same essence in my opinion. Thais don't necessarily spar hard at all. I haven't seen Thais like full on spar. It's very like lighthearted and more like playful and skill. On the pads it's a lot less combinations. I prefer the true essence and the true martial art of Muay Thai. When you kind of understand it and when you've kind of learned it from, you know, like just different traditions and like different lineages, it's like you can pick up on things that you're like, okay, yeah, this is I can ruin someone. You know what I mean? Like, it's very cringe.
I don't entirely agree with the sentiment expressed. I'm not going to go into it. Who would want to look at Hassan? Yes. You don't want to own a mag-fed Luger revolver? No, not particularly. Not a big fan of revolvers.
I haven't seen anything like this in a game before, so here's how I made the ship for Plunder. Normally in pixel art, if you want a character to face different directions, you have to redraw them for each angle. A good artist can usually handle 8 directions, but any more and it gets really hard to keep it looking consistent. I first tried drawing the ship at 24 different angles, but it was not smooth sailing, it looked terrible. So I tried something new. I made a 3D model as true to my original sketch as possible. Not for the game, but to convert it into pixel art. I took 360 photos of it, one for each angle at the game's resolution. That gave me a pixel perfect sprite that matches the game's art style and rotates smoothly in all directions. Here's a peek at the new ship model I'm making. This pirate RPG will be free to play, but if you want to support it, join my Patreon.
Very cool, thank you. I heard revolvers are the katanas of the gun world. Not really, no. It's a very, how should I put this? It is a very Reddit opinion, because Reddit doesn't interact with either meaningfully. Yeah, that's the Mosin Nagant, I would say. That's probably... No, not even the Moist Nugget. I would say the M1 Garand is the katana of the gun world. There's... I would need to think about that one. You know what? Rather... the MP5, an original HK MP5 is the katana of the gun world. I said what I said. Don't at me. All right, so moving on to man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Garand makes sense, needlessly romanticized, not as heavily used as people like to claim, etc. Yeah, also true about the MP5. The MP5 is an outdated platform. Its proliferation mostly centers around people who actually know how to use it. The fact that it's still available in in transferable machine gun form, and I lost my train of thought entirely. Let me try to think about that one again and try to recollect where I was going with that. I have a better backdrop for this. What would make how was the MP5's proliferation similar to the how was the proliferation of the MP5 similar to the proliferation of katanas? Since it relies on the very similar groups of people to proliferate it. Collectors who spend way too much money on things they don't use, people who actually know how to use the thing, who are an absolute minority, and people who don't know much about firearms, I guess. Yeah, that's probably it. All right, let's see. Not going to watch this today.
I'm Chris Pelkey. I served with the United States Army. I went to Baghdad in 2006, 2008, and then I went to Afghanistan. And
just to be clear for everyone seeing this, I am a version of Chris Pelkey recreated through AI that uses my picture and my voice profile.
And
that is so horrific.
Tragically, Chris Pelkey was killed in a road rage incident in 2021, but for some reason, his family decided to reanimate him to speak at his killer's sentencing. There's a lot of reasons I'm worried about AI, but using it to puppet an image of your dead brother to forgive his killer in an effort to free him from prison,
yeah, exactly, no, Terry, but
is nothing short of a dystopian nightmare.
This here is a true representation of who I was. You know, not how the courtroom portrayed me.
It's actually not. It's your sister writing a script, putting it through OpenLab and whatever the fuck the voice generation was. Did she want to fuck the killer or something? She suffers from being terminally a white middle-class woman.
So, I would like to make my own impact statement to Gabriel Horcasitas, the man who shot me.
This should not be admissible in court. This is horse shit.
It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have. And I still
God, the fucking uncanny way that only, like, portions of the face move.
do.
As in this 4-minute message, they tried to have him telling jokes.
I once played with one of those filters on your phone where you can make yourself look old. This is the best I can ever give you to what I would have looked like if I got the chance to grow old. Scary, huh? Well, I'm gonna go fishing now.
Finishing it with footage of his life, then AI removed.
If you were a judge, you would tell the woman she should be ashamed of herself and throw it out. Yes, base Digby. But see, that's because you're not a boomer who just gets instantly one-shot by AI.
Moving him out of the image. And apparently the judge approved of this message.
I love that AI. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are, justifiably angry as the family is,
look at
I heard
him.
the forgiveness.
Look at him soy-pogging at the bad AI live in 4K. Boomers are not ready for AI. They are completely cooked. Was a judge in the Sane Society in order to be publicly flogged? 50 lashings. AI did actually one-shot boomers. Should be disbarred for incompetence? Probably.
And I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciate it, but so did I. As I said, I like to think I would do that. I don't know that I would.
And even though the judge didn't know if he'd do the same, the victim's sister stated she was not ready to forgive the killer, but felt her brother would have been more understanding.
Given that her brother is a formerly deployed veteran, no, I don't think he would be forgiving of anyone who senselessly who senselessly murders someone over road rage. I don't think that, see, this is the problem. Women do not understand violence. They don't understand boundaries of violence. They don't understand degrees of escalation. They do not understand that there is a method and consequences, including reputational ones, that come with directing force and deadly force at people over different things that happen. It is generally a disqualifier from being respected by other men to throw an angry fit and kill someone over road rage. And that is why, but that's a product of sort of men growing up understanding continuums of use of force and how the sort of the subtleties of using force in social interactions. Women do not have that context. And that is why she did what she did.
I hate everything about this situation for a variety of reasons we'll get into. But first, looking at the road rage case in 2021, where they were stopped at a red light, the killer repeatedly honked at the victim. But when the victim approached his car, waving and shouting, the killer put out 2 rounds, ending his life, getting charged with first-degree murder and several other serious felonies.
Okay, 2 lessons to learn here. Do not get out of the fucking car. Never get out of the fucking car. Your car is your castle. If you step outside of your car, you are looking for trouble. Absolutely, never. Absolutely fucking don't.
But only being found guilty of manslaughter and endangerment.
Huh? What the fuck? How are you found of manslaughter if you shoot someone?
Getting a 10-year prison sentence. Now, nobody is saying they know the victim.
He's also gonna get out early.
More than his sister, but the killer's prison sentence should have nothing to do with if the victim might have forgiven him. It's about making society safer by sending away a guy that would kill someone over road rage, endangering several other people in the background. I don't see how a creepy puppet version of the victim should impact that, and why the judge would allow it to be played in the first place, as other attempts at using
Maybe the killer's lawyers made the case for him being intimidated by the guy. Lawyers are subhuman.
an AI in court were quickly rejected.
I come here today a humble pro se
All right.
before a panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this, hold on. Is that counsel for the case?
I generated that. That is not a real person.
Shut that off. You are not going to use this courtroom as a launch for your business, sir.
Now, I do understand we're about a decade away from AI attorneys.
See, that's a healthy reaction to that.
And probably even AI doctors. My main issue is the whole concept of using AI to reanimate the dead, as that AI monstrosity was basically testifying as if they were the victim, when they're nothing but a fictitious representation of what someone else wants to be true. We saw this a couple years ago in Korea, where they used a digital version of a woman's dead daughter to interact with her in VR.
엄마 많이 보고 싶었어. 엄마도 나 보고 싶었어. 엄마 나연이 보고 싶었어. 생일 축하합니다.
And again, using emerging technology to reanimate the dead is a dangerous pathway to go down, as 2 years ago they're using it to provide closure to a grieving mother, then 2 days ago they're using it to shorten prison sentences for a killer.
You're going to slip into D&D mode for a second? Turn-based or real-time? This is This is why necromancers are fucking evil. See, necromancers are less evil, because necromancers, at the very least, don't build a hollow facsimile of shit. They torment actual souls and manipulate that matter. They don't gaslight you by skinwalking something else. That was grim, yeah. Oh, I mean, she opted into it, I assume, but I wouldn't say that it's cruel. I would say that it's ghoulish.
And although none of that stuff was even remotely believable, just think about the video we did about a year ago, that in the 90s, this was revolutionary technology. And just 2 years ago, AI was drawing images with bizarre Cthulhu-like fingers. To just last year, AI generating videos indistinguishable from reality. So if one judge sets the precedence of allowing AI testimonies, what happens in the next 5?
Should we go check comment sections under AI generated Insta thoughts? How many? What's the boomer to Jeet ratio that we're going to expect to see? They're probably more boomer right now because there is a war with Pakistan.
5 years when the average idiot sitting on a jury doesn't even know some of the evidence presented is AI generated. And combine that with this new wave of victims that put virtue signaling empathy over safety. We saw it recently.
It's already over. I told you nothing ever happens.
With the Carmelo Anthony case.
And you know what? I already forgive this person. Already?
How'd that play out for you, old timer?
And even in hypothetical crimes.
If I get murdered by an undocumented immigrant, please tell my children I did not care that they were undocumented.
Cuck.
Right. Now, I'll never understand why someone would put preserving the political narrative over preserving their own life, but this is the reality we live in. So even though using AI to testify after you've died seems somewhat benign, we need to draw the line as to what we allow AI to do before AI decides for us. Because even though you're smart enough to know it's not real, look at all those bot comments left within seconds of my videos dropping. At this speed and volume, it's a pretty expensive operation, and they wouldn't be doing it unless some people were actually falling for it. So if you're not AI...
Sorry, I had to see it, so did you. U.S. is claiming they were mediators. India and Pakistan are going, no, they weren't involved. I think, didn't Vance say that the whole thing is none of our business? All right, quick palate cleanser.
To my oh my God, what did I do? I can't take a dump, cause now my balls are blocking up my butthole. Fool me once, shame on you.
See, this is what AI should be used for at all times. Shit posting is the only acceptable use of it. I also caught a glimpse of something interesting here. Was there even a war you only saw CGI? I mean, can you really tell if something is just India, or is rather if something has suffered an airstrike, or is that just India? A few missile strike, a few some jets shot down, first shot down of a Raphael confirmed by France. Nothing beats Obama AI singing "We Are." I don't know what that is. I'm not sure I want to.
It ain't nothing like a fistful of cash.
No, never mind. It's rap music. I don't want it. Okay. Fine. Fuck it. Let's go to Austin's channel real quick and suffer the slop that he has brought us.
I am Water Inc. I'm one of the greatest of all time. People just simply do not have the correct mental capacity, mental state to own a firearm. Very good.
That was good.
Big update on our world's worst firearms instructor with Voda Consulting. He has been going by various names, and now we have a guess to why, because he shot someone a little more. Do not know the details. Hey, listen, I am definitely not glowing here. The only time I trust the French. So yeah, someone who's been barred from being a firearms instructor because he shot someone in training. Gee, I wonder why. Wait, that was, just a second. Serious injury, North Carolina, bond set at, I can't tell if that's $10,000.
anything.
When I remember this guy for his insistence on not using blue guns in training. Well, yeah, I can obviously tell.
That has a fighting component to it, we should stop making those particular rifles. The next thing we should do is we should limit magazine capacity to 10 rounds. That should be across the board. So we ain't talking 13, 14, 15, in some cases 20 rounds. Forget about it.
Have you ever? He's limited. He has that video on his YouTube channel. I went to look and he has comments turned off. Gee, I wonder why. Never used the pistol in your life? You get the feeling that you would have done better than him? Yeah, you probably would with very minimal training.
I've been feasted by an African king. It'll be me.
God damn it.
Yeah, the guy is definitely YouTube's chief armorer.
Forget about it, okay? Okay? It is me. From Yakubian Solutions. You scared me. I almost got you. If you do not like the video, also thank you to Sig Sauer for adopting my carry method. If you do not like the video, you are gay.
Greetings and salutations, Reddit. It is I, Austin, of the K9 Tactical Security Narcotic Bomb Army Executive Protection MA Sociology channel. And today, we are going to be talking about a legend in GunTube lolcows who still posts only what I could describe as Double-Aught Sean's yin to his yang. Voda Consulting. Or one of the other many aliases that he does have because he shot somebody at a point. And like Double-Aught Sean, has been disallowed to be an instructor. They have a lot in common, those two. I'm sure you're wondering why I am digging up this literal fossil. Well, actually, he still posts, and as long as he exists online, I will grieve him. For those of you who don't know, he is a man of many talents. Quality firearms instructing.
Okay, now we're getting ready to switch.
God, that is so sketchy. If you ever point a gun at me, if you ever point a fucking gun at me, I don't care if you cleared it, I don't care if it's unloaded, I do not fucking... If you point a real gun at me, I will shove it up your ass in pieces.
Okay, my predicament tells me we are both armed. Get set up for this particular drill because this is something new that's being created or whatever. The first round is going to be delivered, the first strike is going to be delivered to the throat or the upper region of the adversary. The first round will be to the...
Ah, yes. A hammer fist punch to the throat. Have you ever thought about the logistics of trying to fit a fist under someone's chin? And this is how I can tell that he can't fight, apart from the fact that he's obese. Is he Puerto Rican? I don't care.
Dog to the stomach. Next one will be a jab with a knife directly back to that same area. The knife is serving as a anchor. So it's a jab, but yes, you're going down into the crevice of the adversary, and the next one will be to the head. If there is a secondary, we're going to pretend, and there's a secondary adversary here, we will extract the knife, draw back the gun for compression, and
the fucking pearl, the pearl bracelet just ties it all together so perfectly. Well, HEMA instructor was a fat guy, but he had actual conditioning, didn't move like a fat ass. This guy, meanwhile, moves like a fat ass, yes.
Punch out and fire whatever rounds are needed, so I'm going to demonstrate that, and we should be good.
But on top of these...
I am surprised he didn't shoot himself, unfortunately. This is not the place for this fucking drill, ignoring the quality of the drill. Yes, well, I mean, I assume he has some sort of arrangement with that particular indoor gym, but indoor range. But yes, you are correct.
These things, he is an unparalleled security professional. Him doing like drills in a parking lot, which he is totally on the clock, more than likely.
One. Option 2. Option 3.
But the real reason that I'm doing this video is he has an interesting take on your Second Amendment rights, and I think he needs to be made fun of for it.
In fact, to be quite honest with you, average person don't even need a semi-automatic pistol. I'll just be honest with you. Revolvers and shotguns only for civilians. I'm putting it out there. I'm saying it. And we can do is stop making AR-15s, stop making rifles. If it's a hunting rifle, I can understand that. That's a hunting rifle. But we're talking about your AR-15s, AKs, SETMs, anything that has a fighting component to it. We should stop making those particular rifles. The next thing we should...
Is it because you're salty that you don't know how to operate an AR-15?
should do is we should limit magazine capacity.
Yeah, exactly. People can decide what they need on their own. They don't need Yakub's strongest warrior over here telling us what kind of firearms we should have. Gotta respect the hustle of using your employers' facilities and the time they're paying you for it to run your own business. This guy's a 25-year-old FUD. I'm pretty sure that he's like in his at least 40s. Respect the reload reps, hate everything else about him. Yep.
To 10 rounds. That should be across the board. So we ain't talking 13, 14, 15, and in some cases 20 rounds. Forget about it. There should be a strict number of how many firearms can be made per manufacturer every month. Because this country makes almost half of its money on the selling of firearms and ammunition and accessories. Also, speaking of accessories,
cry about it, bitch.
We should cease all accessories.
Okay, listen to me, okay? Half the country GDP, it is gone. Source, I made it the fuck up. It came to me in a dream.
Minimum age to
Yakub told me.
Own a firearm should be 25. I really think that I really don't care if you're in the military and you're 18, and I don't really care about that. 25.
I don't care about the opinion of a guy with a strong Haitian accent.
25. And
yes, you, military man, I don't care. Listen to me, man with accent. Let me dictate to you what your rights are. There's something gutturally...
You think Yakub would be pro-Second Amendment? I mean, Yakub did invent white people, so I guess so.
Angering about hearing somebody with any accent try to tell me, an American, what my constitutional rights should and shouldn't be. I mean, this can apply to
I'm recently especially angry at the Australian accent for no reason in particular.
Literally anybody, but it's just more annoying coming from somebody who clearly is maybe not born here. When he's not busy shooting holes in ceilings or giving shit political takes and filming, for some reason, every time he films, it looks like he's filming on a potato. There's a video on his channel of him pointing a laptop at a camera and then uploading the camera footage of the laptop to YouTube.
Malfunction.
So malfunction clearing drills are done differently, first of all. Second of all, did he just fucking flag himself in one of those reps? Guy's name is Emmanuel Jean-Baptiste. So he's honorary French. His opinion now matters even less.
But when he's not busy doing all of that, one of the things I think he has no business, just like Double Ought Sean, using brass shotgun shells, I think the fact he rocks a SETME C308, a Century Arms C308. Now, part of me wants to make fun of that, but that's kind of funny.
The French are the consequences of their African adventures.
Ready.
He is, unfortunately, as much as we like to say he is just a meme, he does represent a danger when it comes to instructors, and we all know that already. But do you know how much money this guy has probably grifted from people? Now, I don't know if he's ever been in law enforcement. I don't know if he's ever been in the military.
I mean, it's probably in the tens of dollars.
But given what I've seen, I would highly doubt that. Anybody who's willing to point a firearm at their student, I don't know why I have to say this, is bad. Anybody who watches their student do this with their gun is an idiot.
You're just using the law.
I'm starting shit.
Okay, for the.
But anyways, this has been me, Austin, of the Underwater Lesbian.
Keep seeing people with dark skin in his videos. I mean, there's probably some kind of African nationalist angle that he's trying to pull.
Basket Weaving channel, and I will see you in the next one. Later!
We love and appreciate Austin. Oh, never mind. Let's
To smash your car up. I want to hurt you. The way you hurted me. I can't! I can't! You act like you care about me, but you don't even respect me. You are freaking! But you can't keep a boyfriend, and you can't keep a job, and no one likes you. And you're going to Lebanon, and you deserve it because you are superficial and selfish and presumptuous person.
Why are Indians being angry so funny? You two scratch your balls with the iron sights of a 1911. I mean, with their propensity to jam, like the most you'll get off of it is one shot anyway. Okay, we'll do a little bit of noticing, and then we're gonna move on to playing some video games. Does that sound good?
Guilt industrial. So I think it's time for the white guilt industrial complex to end. And we may have just had our white Rosa Parks moment, because we've all known, unless you are very, very old indeed, you spent your entire life living under the white guilt industrial complex. And it sets a series of double standards. It sets up an expectation of one-way violence. It sets up an expectation of, well, basically you have to bow to the ideology, and you have to apologise if you ever get caught on the wrong side of it. If you ever get filmed, you can expect to be cancelled, doxxed, possibly even murdered, or at very least beaten if you offend the sensibility.
You need Bo's take on this? I'm pretty sure that Bo has shared his take on something similar.
Of the white guilt industrial complex, and we all knew that it had to end, but it took our Rosa Parks to just stand up and say, no, I'm not going along with this. I simply refuse to accept your terms of engagement. And it came through the, perhaps unlikely example of Shalom, is it? Mrs. Hendricks brought us this.
Shalom to you too, brother.
Now, you're probably aware of the incident by now, but let's just take a quick look at it to refresh our memories.
Did you call him the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you.
Okay. Alright, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
Also, why is an accused kidnapper and rapist in the playground with no children of his own there? All that about Trump gone, tariffs are hitting Funko Pops. Based. I didn't know I voted for the death of Funko Pops, but I sure did now. First of all, there's no proof she said it to the kid. It's not on video. Second, that's What I just said, yes. What did I say? Doesn't he know Trump won? We can say it now. I mean, I argue we could always say it. Listen, it's just a word in the English language. The only reason I don't use the hard R neighbor is because it will just give me, it will get me banned on Twitch. But culturally, it is just a word in the English language. I'm sorry. If you disagree, you can cope and seethe.
That little kid, you call him a the little child?
What if he acts like one? He's gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So, perhaps not the, very best of conduct. Maybe it's not the highest way to conduct yourself. But to be fair, she was on the receiving end of an attempted theft. None of us believe that child is 5 years old. I stopped it early, but we do get a glimpse of the child, and he's at least 10, unless he's the tallest 5-year-old that ever lived.
On a separate point, if a strange black man is accosting my wife at the playground while she is with my child, I fully expect her to draw this motherfucker down. Since this is Minnesota, it's probably very difficult to get a firearm, but that's the outcome that I would like to see.
And she basically called out bad behavior that should be quite...
Exactly. Why is he even there? Why is a man who was accused of kidnapping and raping a minor at the playground?
Quite unacceptable, and was filmed doing so. Now, perhaps it would be better if there was a more noble example of an interaction that had gone south. That's not really the point here. The point is that she was ripe for the cancel culture machine to do what it always does, which is to identify the woman, to dox her, to publish her address, to get her fired from everything, to make her life completely unlivable, probably have her swatted and have her assaulted and beaten once her home address was given out, and possibly even encourage acts of violence against her young child there. That's how the script was supposed to go, but she simply refused to play along with what was expected of her in the cancel culture. Instead, she put up a give, send, go. Here it is. And she basically said, look, I'm being threatened, my address has been published and I need a little bit of money in order to relocate. And it's done rather well. We're now over $700,000. She says here, look, I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal.
Just in case someone is thinking, no, stop that. That's enough. Stop giving money to strange women on the internet.
From my son's diaper bag. I called him out on it. My address has been doxed. My details, my phone number's been leaked.
Yeah, she has more than enough money to ensure that she's safe.
I need money to basically relocate my family. These are probably genuine concerns because similar people in the past.
I understand, Bigger Branch, I understand that it's not really about her, but it's also a stupid way to genuflect. It's just don't stop. That's quite enough. This situation has been resolved. It has been resolved positively. She has received a significant amount of money that she should have received. I am telling you that at this point, you need to stop throwing money at her.
Have had violent repercussions for instances that have blown up across the cancel culture.
And before someone tells me, but my Carmelo Anthony fundraiser, that one shouldn't have gone up in the first place.
Notice there is that at no point did she apologize. At no point did she grovel. At no point did she, beg for forgiveness. She didn't go quiet and hope it would all go away. She didn't do all of the things that you're supposed to do under the white guilt industrial complex, which is to simply surrender, put your
good on you, sort of a demon,
tail between your legs, and hope for the best and hope for mercy. Now, this cancel culture has been rife for really, it's a phenomenon of the social media age, so a good 15 years at this point, and at no point during that has the tactic of begging for mercy ever worked. Ever. It's never worked.
That is true. Never apologize, always double down.
And she went a different way. She just instinctively knew to go the other way, which is complete defiance. Now, people have got very upset about this give, send, go, this fundraising. How dare she raise money after using a bad word? That's not what she's supposed to do. Give, send, go hosts a whole bunch of, other cases here. So This is this Louis Molly Mango one. I can't pronounce names. He's raised $1 million in order to fund his defense case for walking up behind a man and shooting him in the back, the farmer CEO.
Way to throw away your fucking money to fund an open and shut case that was caught on camera and he admitted to.
We won't get into that case now, but, you know, I didn't even know that this was a fundraising. This had attracted no comment whatsoever. Anyway, he got £1 million for shooting a man in the back. And then, of course, this Carmelo chap has raised $500,000 in the last 3 weeks. He murdered a completely innocent young man with his life ahead of him because he basically suggested that he shouldn't be where he was. I mean, I don't know what Camillo was up to. Maybe he was coming along to watch the sports. I've heard people suggest that he was there to steal. I have no idea what was going on. I
mean, the circumstantial evidence does point towards the fact that he was there to either very specifically start shit or to try to steal shit from backpacks.
I know is that if somebody says you shouldn't be here, the correct response is not to stab them to death, but that's what he did. His father came out and did all of the things that you're supposed to do under the white guilt industrial complex, which is to, you know, immediately forgive the killer, try and call out the people who were bringing race into this, and he got swatted. I believe twice now. He's been doxxed. He's been treated appallingly, although he did cuck fully, as you are indeed supposed to under the white guilt industrial complex. So it didn't work out for him. Very interestingly,
I maintain that Carmelo Anthony should receive the death penalty.
While we're on the Give, Send, Go angle, I noticed that the CEO of Give, Send, Go, the day after the Hendrix fundraiser went out, decided that he needed to remove comments on her Give, Send, Go and also on the Camillo Give, Send, Go. And he's trying to do this in the instinct of fairness, apparently, because ugly things were being said on both of them. And he really decided that in order to keep it balanced, he needed to turn off comments on both of them, which is very interesting because he did not turn off comments on the Camillo Give, Send, Go for 3 weeks. And during that time, there was, an absolute plethora of very ugly comments, which
I actually agree with not turning off comments under the Anthony Fund, because it only serves to intensify the fatigue. So no, I think those comments should still be on to let the people participating in that fundraiser self-report.
Which were basically along the lines of, death to the white man, as we see here, and many, many other examples. Now, I didn't go through, of course, all of the comments before they were removed on the Hendrix one, but I did notice that most of them seemed to be love of people, their own people, whereas the Camillo one seemed to focus on hatred of white people.
Okay, to be fair, there were people donating $14.88 to the Hendrix fundraiser too. So is this a double standard? Yes. I think optically, for the messaging that we want, that was the correct decision to turn those comments the fuck off. We've already let that side of the argument, like, we gave them enough rope to hang themselves. Let's not do that for the side advocating for the full use of the English language.
So, one is showing love of white people, the other is showing hatred of white people, and of course they both had to go. It's curious why there was that sort of rather big gap in the meantime. Now, let's quickly address: does she actually need the money? Well, is there any need for her to get the small amount of money that she was hoping to raise, and now the £700,000 that she has raised? Well, let's look at some of the reaction.
That lady, Shiloh Hendrix, whatever the fuck her name is, done called that little boy and gonna sit up here and make a GoFundMe to play victim. Girl, ain't nobody harass you, call you out your names, and give you racial slurs.
Aren't you right now making a stitch about her?
It's crazy to me. And have the audacity to start a GoFundMe. It's gone now. Thank God people reported it.
It's not gone. What the fuck are you on?
Because people like her, they deserve a bullet. They really do. That lady, Shiloh Hendricks.
So she deserves a bullet. And if you think that's bad, quite frankly, it gets a hell of a lot worse than that. Rather than just threatening to assassinate the mother, this chap had a rather interesting line as to what should be done with the son.
He said, "Hey, TikTok, I just got a real quick question. So we all know what happened with Shiloh Hendricks and how she got all this money, right? Off the
Hope sees dilate.
all the wrong reasons. But you know what? It is what it is at this point, right? So I'm just sitting here thinking, what about the baby? What about the baby? Because technically, that baby is going to grow up and be part of the Triple K. That baby might grow up to be Hitler. That baby is going to grow up and probably be the worst of the worst out there in the world. And you know what? I don't want that baby policing children that look like me. I don't
Casual press check, yeah.
want that baby growing up doing anything else that to people that look like me, all because it was taught that. But since, unfortunately, CPS is not going to be able to do nothing, what should we do? I think you guys should let me know in the comments, because part of my thinking was, start a GoFundMe, you know, raise about $1 million, go slap the hell out that baby, make that baby brainless or something for a while. At least you still get to live. I mean, it just might be, you know.
So
should we, again, like, how is this just on TikTok? How is the FBI not looking at this? Someone is actively instigating a fundraiser to assault a child?
So, this gentleman is suggesting that the correct thing to do is to raise £1 million and give that to somebody to go and give the baby brain damage, just in case he grows up to be another Hitler. This one is meshing together quite nicely white guilt industrial complex themes with boomer truth regime aspects in there.
FBI supports it and the CCP deemed it good content. I mean, the FBI would previously support it. I don't know if Cash Money Patel is of the same energy.
There as well, why not throw it all in?
Yeah, over a word, by the way.
In there, but it's interesting, isn't it? We live in a society where, a woman is perhaps a rather tactless after some very poor behaviour at a child's park that absolutely should be called out. Perhaps it could be done in a nicer way, but the behaviour most certainly should have been called out. She is the victim.
Don't trust Patel. He said Epstein killed himself. Oh, damn. It's over. It is over for Cash Money Patel.
Of a doxing and a media.
He does seem to be pretty limp-wristed from, like, he's not getting a lot done, if we're being completely transparent.
Smear campaign who obviously expected to destroy her life, and every other time they would have been right. But this gentleman here can call for a baby to be given brain damage on the off chance that he might grow up to do something disadvantage a member of his tribe. There is a rather massive racial double standard going on here, which I do want to address. But before I do, I think there's one other point that I kind of need to make about this, which is what exactly was a Somalian child doing in the park filming children?
That's a very good question. I'm happy that more people are asking that question.
In the first place, that seems to have been overlooked. And that is potentially the elephant in the room here. But anyway, moving on. Why exactly are there these double standards? Now, if you...
Patel is not only Indian, he's Ugandan Indian. Listen, the only thing I care about, Digby, is does he eat the cheeseburger? That's it. That's the test that I impose.
Are even tangentially involved in social media in any way. You are used to seeing countless examples. I'll play one here. Maybe I'll kill the sound. But countless examples of black on white violence. It is, I just picked this one here. I'd never seen this one before. This was just one that popped up today. Don't know whether it's old or new, whether it's a rehash, but
arm your children. Arm your children. If you are forced to send your children to public schools that have the common suspects as part of the demographic, give your child a weapon, teach your child to use said weapon effectively, or at least effectively enough for people to not want to fuck with your child that way. This is a blindingly obvious use case for a knife. The girl should have a knife on her. The moment she would have produced a knife, the crowd would have scattered like cockroaches.
countless examples, myriad examples of regular black on white beatings, violence. It has become so standard that we just don't remark on it. These examples are legion. You know, I remember not so long ago when we were being told that we, you know, must stay inside the house and, you know, do absolutely nothing productive because otherwise some old people might get slightly ill. There was an exception made for Black Lives Matter. And during that, numerous people were doxed, fired, cancelled because they had the temerity to say that all lives matter, which should be self-evident. But no, apparently not. Saying that all lives matter is wrong because, frankly, all lives do not matter under this current paradigm. Black lives matter, but all lives do not matter. And we can see this evidence from what is pushed in the media and the lines that they take. Examples such as this. This one. Who is this chap? This is Ezekiel Emmanuel Hopkins. He was a chap who wanted to steal a family's car, and the man of the house intervened to try and stop his car from being stolen. And Ezekiel here was so enraged, so absolutely enraged that the man had attempted to stop him from stealing a car.
Which is very interesting. It's a very interesting parallel with the Carmelo Anthony case, with someone becoming enraged over the fact that someone questioned their authority to just take your shit. Pitbull genetics? I mean, there could be a heritable component to it, I guess. I mean, well, IQ and behavior are both heavily heritable, but that's besides the point. There is a common component of violence being permissible in the culture for someone questioning your authority to impose yourself on others. But to the previous point, the homeowner should have confronted him with a gun, with a clearly visible and drawn gun. And this would not have happened. Black Lives Matter would have probably gone after the homeowner, because how dare you prevent someone from stealing your car and shooting them as they assault you?
That he beat him to death with a baseball bat, and then he walked into the house that the man had come out of, and he very nearly beat his wife to death. Then he beat his son to death. And fortunately, their grandson, who is just 10 years old, was able to hide in a bathroom and call police, call 911, who responded to the scene. But, you know, he beat 2 people to death and a woman very nearly to death because they attempted to stop him from stealing a car. The reason I mention this example is because I'd never heard of this. And I work in a job where we, you know, regularly scan the news for things that are going on, you know, especially things that, you know, might appeal to our audience that we can put out on this particular channel. And I'd never heard of this. The reason I'd never heard of this particular example is because there are just so many of them.
Yeah, it's hardly news. You get very tired of trying to report on every instance of this because every fucking instance is monstrous.
And they go without comment all the time. And yet we are expected to believe that things like this can be brushed under the carpet.
And then, whenever you bring these cases up, you will have people saying, well, but what about more restorative justice? Why are we just removing people from the population? Why are we ruining people's lives by sending them to the prison system? And they advocate for people like that to be released on bail, on good behavior, on whatever the fuck else.
That they simply don't matter. They don't merit comment. But a woman being rather tactless and using a bad word, well, that invites a media shit show. An absolute storm erupted off the back of that. But she did the right thing. She didn't apologise. She didn't back down. People were expecting, the cancel culture people were expecting an easy win. And this is the key thing. This is the key point to take away. This industrial grade white guilt complex lasts for precisely as long as we let it last. It lasts for as long as we all agree to keep playing along. And it stops the moment that we decide that we've had enough. That's why this fundraising is important. That's why I've given money to this fundraising. Not because I agree with necessarily what she said. I believe that she was right to call out the boy who was acting irresponsibly and very badly and attempting to thieve, and certainly wasn't 5 years old. He was at least 10. He should have known better. She was right to call him out, but she was a little bit tactless in the way that she did it. But the
fuck it. I maintain she did nothing wrong. It was an appropriate use of the word.
point is this. The white guilt industrial complex, the cancel culture crew, they thought that they could simply achieve another scalp. And through this fundraising, they now have to appreciate that our patience is at an end. And next time they try and cancel somebody, they might just end up making them rich. This is how you end this nonsense. We've got to stop playing along. We've got to say no. We've got our Rosa Parks here. And
reasonable crash out. I wouldn't even call it a crash out. I would say it's generally a reasonable response to what has happened. Like, it's on them for giving that word so much power that they treat it like a magic spell that just instantly sends an entire generation of young black men back to the plantation. Remind you someday to tell you about the African Nepo baby you used to know when you were in uni. The way he fucked with the white guilt crowd was hilarious. Many such cases. All right, let me see what we're playing today. I do need to hit my dailies in Taimanin, so I guess we can gacha slop max today. Where is it's at the top of the list. There you go. You know, the PC port is a little janky. I've moved on to mostly playing it on the PC, and it's not a great gaming experience. For a company who claims that they're going to be prioritizing the PC port, this is where I reveal that I play Blue Archive. I do play Blue Archive, just very inconsistently. It's also not convenient to play on the PC. But I do play Blue Archive. I just got bored of it at some point, so I just check in, I collect my hard currency, I leave. I'm waiting for them to bring back Shiroko Terror. Also known as one of the only 2 adult women in the entire franchise. Alright, let's hit our cooldowns. What do you mean, oof? Listen, I play Blue Archive because they have fired all of the feminists. I very specifically started playing Blue Archive when they fired all of the feminists that were associated with the organized Korean feminist movement. Thought the whole point of Blue Archive is that there were no adult women. Well, I mean, there are 2. That, and realistically, Blue Archive is not as thirsty as most gacha games. Like, it very much focuses on cutesy with guns, rather than thirsty with guns, which is Nikkei. Okay, let's quickly use this. See who can we top up. I'm trying to bring everyone up to affection level 12, because that's when they drop the limited gacha coin. I do appreciate that Action Time, but it actually lets you stick to strictly adult women and dodge the lollies entirely. While Azur Lane gaslights you into spinning the gacha to beat the allegations, because the ships that you get by default are lollies. Okay, let's see. We do have the archive to grind. I do need to complete daily quests. Grind for the hard currency real quick. I think our audio should be corrected to not blow out the noise filter for the home viewing audience. I wish there was a more engaging way to grind the hard currency than these two particular modes. I understand that this is a carryover. Where is the short above the gameplay? Listen, I do this in order to not have to pay money for the hard currency, okay? We have a playable character on the way. I need to top up after spending on outfits. I am the jingling keys above the tunnel racer. They're apparently bringing more outfits in the next patch. Not the next patch, like it's in the same patch, but in an update a little bit later. All right, dailies. We're good on gold, so we can farm this. Need Subway Surfer on the right side of the screen. I trust that you will be able to manage. Who do we want to run the circuit with? We need to level Rin, but we already have... Let me see if anyone has any supporters that we need to level. No, you should be topped up. I moved a supporter somewhere recently. Ah, right. Natsu. I don't want to spend the fast releases, the sweeps. I'm gonna hoard those a little bit. I've not quite figured out the build for Natsu just yet. She's very good at healing herself, and she looks like a largely support-based character. I forget if she just heals herself or allies as well. And everyone died from secondhand smoke. Okay. We do need to level the supporters as well. Let's do one more run. It's not very fast. Okay, so it's mostly about area of effect attacks. The critical dodge gives healing, but I'm not sure if it really heals her. So may not be a team-based character. And heals that rely on just frame dodges aren't something that I'm particularly happy with. Okay. Have our rotation gossip polls. Who is in rotation right now? Rotation. We need to save up for one more, and then we can roll, because I prefer to roll in tens. Okay, club check-in. See this. What else do we have to do? That's everything that we had to do, but we can do some archive missions. Just to not draw out the point. I do have a brand new one that we just started. Probably want to go for Rin to sweep these a little bit faster. Okay, we do not engage with the visual novel. Oh, I remember this. At least I remember this map. Yeah, the easy mode is a little bit under-engaging. It sweeps a little fast. Oh, by the way, I was able to beat the event mission we were struggling with last time. I figured out why I was being randomly hit by electricity. Apparently it's a debuff that certain enemies put on you. So you just need to wait it out correctly. If you guys want me to play a specific character while we're on easy mode, I'm willing to entertain that. Probably even on harder difficulties we can do with a little bit of variety. Because right now I'm using Rin primarily because I need to grind skill points with her. Little bitch, he's actually stun locking me. Okay, we ultimate here, just to not have to sweep the actual game. Wonder if Asteros would be faster to sweep levels, actually. Let's see. A little bit overkill. But the ranged attack does make it faster. Yeah, this is significantly faster. I think I've managed to build her up into a very effective anti-crowd unit. She self-heals. She does good area of denial. I wasted my supporter on that. I did not appreciate that cutscene removing my AoE attack, but okay. Okay. Certainly isn't denying DN. What is DN? D's nuts. No, you didn't quite get me. That's not how that one works. Yeah, you need to work on your setups there. Listen, I'm sure you'll get me next time. You just need to wait for me to fully embrace streamer brain. Okay, we're going to sweep through this one, and that's probably going to be it for timing in. Because I literally just needed to hit my dailies, and that's it. There's really not a lot of grinding to do at this point. He does such ridiculous damage, it's not even funny. It's good that we're getting hard currency from doing this as well. Section 3.
Cool.
Okay, the boss should be spawning any minute now. Okay, there she is. And get flattened. See, that's why I'm not entirely sure I should be adding Timon into the rotation, because I'm not sure if this is interesting viewing, because it does get a little repetitive, because, you know, it's a gacha game. It's placing you in a situation of grinding, which I'm fine to do as a time waster sometimes. But if we're trying to actively engage with something, I feel like Ruined Nurse is significantly better suited for that. Also a big reason I'm not big on playing Pal World on stream. Just because, you know, it's a big grindy game, which I enjoy, but I question if it's a good viewing experience. I actually need to go and collect the gems for leveling the supporters, though. I've already done. Absolutely correct. Alright, let's run the hard mode, and that's gonna be it for Timon specifically, unless I receive any requests for grinding the raid bosses or something. Waifu versus Eldritch Abomination. I mean, some of the waifus are Eldritch Abominations here as well. Like, Asteros is technically a demon lord. Yeah, she does have very foo-foo-foo energy. I mean, condescending demon queen is a little bit tropey, but you know what? They make good use of it. I don't mind. I will allow it. I mean, the point of the franchise at this point is being a buffet of waifus. I guess that's any gacha game at this point. It's still hot. I mean, because she's a fire mage. We need to top up our AP. That should be enough. Haze is probably my favorite attack of them all, especially with all of the buffs that I have to it. Okay, I do not want to deal with a succubus at full health. It's too bad that they don't have the advanced difficulties for the archives. I feel like that's a missed opportunity to grind. Because archives are for people who are late game. It is essentially late game content for people who have already beaten the campaign at the very least. So they're going to have maxed out characters. It's not very fun to grind these with a maxed out character. Because any mobs that can spawn are going to die from you looking in their general direction. Okay, one more stage left. And that's it, that's the entire event swept. I wish they would have voiced the story on at least some of these too. Alright, we get a new supporter. I forget what she does. If I even wanted her for anything other than just leveling her and getting gemstones. Who do we unlock next? We do have a possibility of farming some of the ones we already have, and then using them in the recycler. Do we have this guy? We don't. But then again, why would I want a man in my gacha game? Disgusting. Okay. Let's unlock this one for next time. And I need to check supporters. You are... Hell yeah. There's a story? I mean, there's the main story. I'm also skipping the visual novel parts of the event because I don't like to read aloud. And only the main story is voiced. Okay, everyone else is still in progress. Sorry, I'm just looking for unclaimed. Wait, do I have this one? Why don't I have... Huh? Tech characters damage decreased by 20%. Huh? I have this character, really? I assume she's unassigned. Oh, there she is. She must have dropped from one of the new events. Okay. I'm going to need to think of where to assign these to get them up to speed. Yay, a gacha token. Let me quickly check in on the arena just to make sure there's nothing to want here. Time in VR, not particularly hyped for this. Check the store. Yeah, I could get some gacha coins. But what do I want to spin the gacha for? This is a limited gacha. This is a simple token gacha. I never spend these. There's really nothing in the gacha that I find terribly useful right now. I would like to... We need 50 more spins to buy a guaranteed Langshang. And I do want the supporter. Do we have other sources of rotation gacha points? Okay, so a level 3 affinity drops a rotation gacha coin, but we don't have anyone below level 3 at this point. Or do we? No, level 5 is the lowest we have. Where do I get rotation gacha coins? Probably from challenges that will come up later in the week. That's too bad. Dispatch facility, I think, drops them as an extremely rare drop, but not worth the effort trying to look for those. Already maxed out the event. Damn, okay, I guess we don't have access to rotation gacha yet. This only drops gems. You know what, let's buy the tokens. It's not like we're doing anything else with them. Yeah, there's nothing else to get from this part of the shop. Let's buy the gacha tokens. I do not want to spend gems. I already have this one. Okay, let's spend the current one. Not get anything, as you do. Sell off whatever we got from the current gacha. See if we can recycle anything into something a little bit better. Nope, better luck next time. I guess we can attempt an arena run real quick. It's good to chip away at the tower challenge slowly but surely. You're almost maxed out. That's good to see. We only have her HP to buff. Next hard level should be this one. Okay, let's try this. Damage taken from demon-type characters reduced by 20%. Should not be an issue because my opener is human and the closer is machine type. Someone requested Eldritch Horrors, there you go. Oh, I got stunned. Damn it. Run, 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 run. Get some health back. Mop up the small fry first. As you can see, they're very resistant to damage. Whoa. Okay, I am liable to get badly hurt now. I would prefer to ultimate before I go down and have to switch characters, because Asteros' damage is going to be capped. Okay, we survived that, that's good. Oh, right into the boss character, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're about to eat shit, we're about to eat shit. Damn, he got some reach. Oh right, I whiffed my heal entirely. The sustain on her works so good, it's scary. Almost unfair. I hate that I can be hit out of my rush attack. She technically jolts around. Why am I being hit by anything? I'm going to be able to cheese this. That's going to be very funny. Ooh. Run. We abuse the iframes in the dodge. Oh, damn, he got me. You know what? I think we can nuke him. I'm gonna wait for him to restore his armor. We blow him up. More Hellblaze. Even if we get scratched, that's not an issue. Yeah, even with the debuff damage, we still did it. There's a story, it's about a bunch of girls who want to be the biggest boobiest girl, so they set out to steal the boobs from monsters who are all into flat chest. That you're retelling parts of an existing anime. You're aware of that, right? Also demon type debuff. Okay, this one is going to be a little bit squirrely. Multiple boss stages. Based in Japan Pilled? Yes, I forget the name of it. I honestly don't remember the name of it. But there's like a ninja themed anime. Ah. Creepy crawlies. Okay. There's gonna be a few like that, yeah. Spin, spin, spin. Spin to win. Okay, at least the snake women are out of the picture. Oh, I'm slowed down, that's not good. We don't like being slowed down. Except for, does one spin become more effective, I wonder? Damn, they're aggressive. Whoa. Bleed isn't that bad as long as I'm not slowed down. I hate that I'm hit out of my attacks sometimes. I may want to reconsider Volt Rush as an attack because it's obviously... the point of having Volt Rush is to remove me from being vulnerable, and it apparently doesn't. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. Volt Rush, Digby. Volt Rush. Get your head out of the gutter. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Yep, there we go. Create AoEs. Ah, and we got clobbered. That's okay. We have invulnerability on Emily. I just need enough for an ultimate. Up. Have we managed to remove at least some of them? I am very sketched out right now. God damn, okay. We need to think of a better solution here. Why who's getting pounded is nothing new? Fair, but still not an optimal outcome. Let me think on how to rehash the team. Probably need to replace her, since demons have a debuff, and all of my AoE attackers are demons. That's not great. Let's switch Nagi into first place, because she does reasonable crowd control. Not great, but okay. Her range attack overpens, so she's very good at trimming crowds. And her sustained stun locks, which is also good. And she's very mobile, that's another thing. We're gonna wait for the ultimate. Great distance. Create the free heal. Freeze. All right. I want to make sure that all of my cooldowns are down. Yep. I want to stay away from Noah because she hits like a truck. Up. We're getting pulled into the meat grinder because I forgot that I had that. We can at the very least filter out some of the small fry and do some damage to the bosses, then it's already going to be better for the following characters. I hate the direction reversal. It's so aggravating to deal with. I forgot to change Volt Rush. Okay, at the very least we're only down to the bosses now. Where are we? We have one succubus. Are any of them dead? Okay, we're done with Noah, that's good. Get some airtime. We can do this, we can do this. 5 seconds away from invulnerability. There we go. Nice. See, all we had to do was apply ourselves. Let's see. So I'm not fond of Volt Rush. It's not doing a lot for me. Let's see. Aerial attack. Does this get any benefit? This one actually benefits from the supporters we have. Volt Spin, we already have that. Ranged attack with a hold attack. Immediately before. For extreme dodge, increases speed, forms electric barrier for 8 seconds, but no support from any of our supporters. No buffs, rather. We have Electric Volt. That's been doing pretty good so far. Volt Hook, not a fan. Immediately after attack. 4-second cooldown. Doesn't really do a lot. It does remove us from where a lot of attacks will be converging, I guess. Not sure what static electricity does for us. I mean, it is fewer buttons to press. Leather whip sword that performs a series of attacks. I don't like that we have to be stationary for this. And we do dodge out a lot, so I guess Denki does kind of make sense. We need to have a main supporter set as a green. We set we reduce cooldown times by 20%. What do you get for 2 sets? So we don't need this supporter. do you do? Increase HP restoration of suppressed characters. No, we need to keep her because she's the reason Voltspin heals so well. So that's going to be a non-starter. Let's try another Arena Tower level. This one is going to be easier. Bring back Asteros. Aha, reduce damage of machine types. Let's see how it plays out with the new ability. Okay, we have more speed. What do we do with said speed? Okay, so it just reduces speed and nothing else. Given how frequently we have to dash out, it does trigger frequently enough to be useful. Okay, this feels like a loss of offensive capability. You see what I mean? Like, we're not really doing much with this. Yeah, I need something that's actually direct damage rather than just a super dodge attack. Oh, that was very little heal. See, like, the speed doesn't really do anything for her. Okay, I guess Electric Volt triggers faster, but yeah. Like, if I had 4 slots to play with, maybe I would keep Denki. But if I have to choose between this and actual sources of damage, this is stupid. I wonder if I'll be able to ultimate with her. Fucking discount Mokujin over here. Oh god, we killed him so hard we glitched the game out. Okay, I'm not happy with that swap. Like, I have thoughts. Okay, what are our other options here? Chain Volt. Oh, wait, electrocutes enemy with 2 green supporters set. Oh. Because I think there was a supporter that does stuff. Ah, there she is. Melee attacks to electrocuted enemies have 62% chance to break super armor. Increase damage dealt by 8% for each. Okay, so that's a very passive. Not really something that I would strategize around, especially not at the expense of losing the good healing. So, not something we're going to go off of here. See, the way Volt Rush looks, I would assume that it would give you at least limited invulnerability. At this point, I can either just opt out for this to get more damage and more particle charge to spin my ultimates faster, or go for Raika. Adds one falling attack at the end. Which was the other one I kind of looked cool? Bolt Whip, okay. Electrocutes the enemy if you have 2. But again, I don't have really anything I can substitute there. I'd rather not fuck with my current setup for supporters. She is stationary. We can give it a... Oh, it conflicts with Volt Whip. Volt Whip. Okay, then we just go for the... Just go with a flat damage raise. Okay, let's try this one, and we're gonna call it a day for Taimanin. I think it increases the range of our attacks as well, at least of the basic ones. Really loving those hitboxes and them shooting behind themselves and still hitting me. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. I'll let them cook through in the... Whoa! Okay, we need to thin the herd a little bit. They stun lock me very well as well. I would like to see a little bit more stun lock. I get that they have super armor. Oh great, I got hit by the tail end of that. Cut and run. Distance, get distance, get distance. Dump this. We're gonna drag out time for the supporter to reset. Oh, she's on a full minute-long cooldown. I forgot about that. And she's not a fast gal to reset. Oh god, they're all shooters too. You know what would be good now? The ability that I specifically refuse to equip. Because that would give me airtime. Yeah, and Astros just flattens the entire range. Alright. I think that's reason to reconsider this particular... we have that already hit up. Let's check the story real quick. They did not add anything new. Okay then, I guess that's everything I had to do in Time and End for today. We still have a little bit of time. Let me run Ruined Nurse. I want to see what hard mode is like. Give it a moment to start up. We're probably going to wipe. I don't expect myself to beat hard mode. But that is something that I wanted to try and to strategize for. Because we were crushing on Nell existing a little too hard. Also, we need to change the category. Why don't I see my stream category? What the hell? Category. Oh, I didn't set it up at all. Okay. Ruined Nurse. There are very few people following this game. Should I just set it to games and demos? Yeah, let's do that. Games and demos. Okay, extras. It's not an extras. Game start, survival mode, hardcore. Dulcie appears every 3 rounds. We do not have Nell. Bullet acquisition decreased. Oh boy, this is not going to be fun. I have not pre-gamed this. Oh, here's the thing that I neglected to do. Actually, you know what? Let me nope out of this one real quick. Go to title, because I think the update added a new thing in the shop. Coin shop. Extra points for 16 coins. I kind of want that for hardcore mode, if I'm being transparent. I kind of... Let's run simple survival mode just to grind the coins real quick. And then we go into hard mode. Because I want to have as many points to grief the system as possible. Actually, let's test giving Nell the Magnum. We do have the points to spend. And give myself... nothing in particular. What can I give myself right now? I think this is okay for the first round. We're gonna try to speed through this. We're not spoiled for ammo, so that has to be... Attack reload. Oh, another thing that we're going to have to get is the auto pickup for loot. Okay, I think I saw one of you drop more ammo. No, just imagining things. How's she handling the big iron? Resounding success, I have to say. A little bit too good, even. Whoa. She is shooting them center mass. I guess automated headshots would be a little bit too good. Okay, we're definitely spending our next volley of points on the auto pickup. Let me do that right now. Magnet, there we go. We're optimizing for a speed run. I think we've swept this side of the corridor, or have we? No, I have not. There we go. Right, straight into round 2. Walk out the door. There aren't very many coming through here. Oh, that's the majority of them. I think she two-shots them, so it may make sense to invest into her damage a little bit, just to make sure that she's able to one-shot. 3 left. No one dropped any ammo, that's kind of rude. Magnum ammo is spawning. This is 180 points, we're gonna get this on the next one. So rude, they come to my part of the hospital, they don't even bring gifts. Not even a housewarming box of ammo. I'll let her do that. We still get points for her kills, right? It's not discriminated by whoever lands the shot. Okay, you are a shambler. like there's one more behind her. Whoa. Damn, she's really getting them. Swap my ammo. Attack reload, no emergency reloads. Off to the road. Yeah, fun is probably not something we're going to find in hard mode. But thank you for checking in, Crispy, and always appreciate it. Okay. Let's open up our cozy dwelling. Still only getting handgun ammo off of the map. We're going to invest into drop probabilities on the next run. Take us too long to get most of them. Damn, she's really clobbering them too. I think I heard one more of them. There she is. I see two, I do see two. None of them drop any ammo, god damn it. Magnum ammo? Okay. They're dropping a lot of Magnum ammo. Well, by a lot. I mean, that's like 3 boxes so far. The zombie nurses yearn to be shot. They yearn to be one-shot by the Magnum Dong. Okay, we have a surplus of points to spend. I'm going to spend them on... let's see... Probably item drops, realistically. Yeah. Oh, that's a problem. We're usually doing significantly better with ammo, but Kuro, hear you out. Okay, what are you going to say? Up, I hear one of them. What should I hear you out about, sort of a demon? What are you selling? What kind of degeneracy are you about to sling? Oh good, there are also quiets over there. What if we don't kill them? They'll just kill us. I'm sorry, this is the only interaction that happens here. I hate to burst your gooning bubble. I mean, from a strict legalistic standpoint, they are dead bodies, and dead bodies can't revoke consent. But also, tampering with a dead body is also illegal and disgusting. Trying to make sure that we don't get any aberrants. What do you mean, no? You're the one who offered it. It was your idea. Gonna get her into Nell's line of sight. I can't tell if those... No, those are not aberrants. Did she get all of them? Because I'm pretty sure not... I didn't clean all of the spawners. I hate the noise they make. Handgun ammo. I guess in a scenario where we don't have Nell, you go away for a bit and I'm playing the zombie stripper killer. Is it really that different from what we were playing before that, Digby? If anything, this is more engaging because there's more strategy. We're going to attempt hard mode after this. I wanted to farm some points. But then you can witness me cope and see that we're not being able to beat the hard mode of a game that's primarily designed around jiggle physics. I barely have shotgun ammo. How is this real? I need to up her damage. Nell Magnum, Nell Fire Rate, actually both. And. Penetrating shot. Allows triple penetration options on handgun bullets. 700, okay. Got a weapon called Milk Rush? I'm not sure the previous game had a Milk Rush. I'm going to pre-invest 1 point into the shotgun magazine count by the time we get it. So that I don't like not having the shotgun right now. I think we were done dirty by RNGesus. Because we should have significantly more shotgun ammo. I see you. So Digby, what's your opinion on floor berths? I don't know, that's what Notary called the aberrants spawning in, and I kind of like the term because it's utterly disgusting. Okay, this corridor is clear. Because they spawn out of these to call them. I don't want to give them a name. Yeah, it is kind of gross, especially the sound they make when they spawn someone. It is what it is. I think we get less points when Nell is using the Magnum. Well, fewer, not less, I feel like we would have had the points to get a shotgun by now. Although the other thing is we also don't get a lot of ammo for it, so yeah, because the room is only spawning handgun ammo. I can't believe they're going to charge us 700 points for jacketed hollow point ammo, which is technically less expensive. There's one left. Is there a quiet shambling around here somewhere? There she is. Bit of shotgun ammo. Okay, we're getting somewhere. The gods of RNG have heard me. Listen, don't you gross me. I've seen you play Ubisoft games. Chin. This doesn't spawn ammo. Okay, I think we're good to. We have more Magnum ammo than we do shotgun ammo. Oh, we don't have enough points for a Magnum. Okay. Unlock shotgun, increase damage, increase magazine count. This is my boomstick. I'm gonna use it for quick dispatch of the aberrants. I also appreciate that the badass women don't need no man. The mother of the main character is presented as a bad person. Isn't the main character also that, though? Or are we, is it a Barbie situation? The Drescher, the amazing chin. See, Digby, that's the thing. They had access to Star Wars, and the best they can do is okay. A tolerable game. I'd say that's a fumble. You have access to that license, and the best you can do is, I guess it's okay on sale. Whoa, okay, we missed an aberrant. It's a good thing Nell don't miss. Gonna lure the quiets in. I hear you. Oh, she caught another one. Could have been better. I think that's all of the aberrants. Let me go into the safety of the bedroom, and I can read chat from there. She's more girl failure than that. They nailed the vibe of classic Star Wars. I can hear an aberrant running. Did a fairly decent story without a hint of Jedi bullshit. Could have been better, though. See, the could have been better part is what I don't like. Say what you want about the purveyors of plastic cocaine, Games Workshop, but they never entrust their IP to people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, and no, we're not going to talk about Dawn of War 3, okay? I really shouldn't be just wasting shotgun ammo like this. I recently got Star Wars Battlegrounds Saga, which is an old RTS. Me knowing that that game exists is already betraying my age to a certain extent. But the point is, that was a game made in-house by LucasArts. Trying to lure out any remaining silence, rather quiets. And it was essentially Star Wars StarCraft. Well, LucasArts stopped making games because the evil witch Kathleen Kennedy doesn't know how to run a franchise. Yes, they also did Monkey Island. They did a lot of stuff. Like, they were a very versatile developer. They weren't rabbit-holed into just doing Star Wars, but when they did Star Wars, they did it fucking great. Like, you could not nitpick a LucasArts game. Stopped making games long before the buyout? Not really. The last game LucasArts made as first party was... what was it? It was the second Force Unleashed game. Like, the second Force Unleashed game was unfinished and had to ship the way it had to. Like, in the state that it was by the time of the buyout, right around the time the buyout happened. I could buy the Magnum now. I'm gonna buy the Magnum now. Oh, I hate this. I'm going to quickly check some of the aberrant spawners, but I'm going to retreat into my cozy little room as soon as possible. Because I specifically don't want to engage with the level on its own terms. Star Wars Angry Birds? Yeah, like, it's very obvious that not a lot, like, there were issues there, is all I'm going to say. Wait, they released the game? As opposed to licensed it? I don't just, they're not developers of, they can't develop someone else's game for it, they can only co-license it. Also, Angry Birds was all the rage at that time, it was printing money. I distinctly remember the last first-party Star Wars game being The Force Unleashed. Because The Force Unleashed 2 was very obviously unfinished. The plot was nonsensical, the game just suddenly ends with no good reason for it. I keep forgetting that if you turn off the flashlight on this you break the brightness on it. It's like skeet shooting, but with titties. The second game, yeah, it had nonsensical writing, it had a lot of bugs, it generally reeked of lack of polish, and it had, you know, we have to ship it the way it is kind of vibes. It was very Obsidian coded. Yes, it was in-house. Kind of marks the point where the company just died and stopped internal development. Their Star Wars staff was cut after that. Yeah, that does track. Oh god, it's way too dark to be running around with this. Make sure that there aren't any quiets hiding in the doors, because I've not been running around and pitter-pattering and making noise. Yep, there she is. Like clockwork. Probably one more stuck in the walls. I remember that because Force Unleashed 2 was very specifically the first mediocre Star Wars game. Up to that point, it was all killer, no filler. If LucasArts sort of started working on a game and it looked like it was going to be a bad game, it would have just never shipped. Okay, I'm gonna quickly buff Nell's damage output. I think her frequency is fine. Efficiency shooting, 15% chance to not consume bullets when firing a shotgun. Not how shotguns work. I'm just gonna retreat straight into the room. I don't want to deal with anything. Anything that walks through the door gets prosecuted by the big iron. I think Outlaw would have been better received if the main character didn't look so grim. Possibly, yes. That's sort of part of the complaint about modern video games. That for some reason every protagonist has to be god-awful and ugly because I'm a male gaze or some shit. Because for some reason, men being able to enjoy your game is specifically problematic. They didn't account for the fact that if you do that to mainline, to AAA games, instead of agreeing to be longhoused, men will just play bunny girl zombie shooters and pay a fraction of the price for them. They sort of have the modern female protagonist vibe. Her emotional outbursts not working out well for her, and her frequently causing problems for herself is sort of subverts it. Well, she still is the one who solves it, so she does effectively fall into the trope of I don't need no man. strong, independent fish that don't need no bicycle kind of vibe. So usually, see, what you perceive as a character flaw is likely envisioned by the developers as it's okay to be emotionally incontinent. Sort of a Barbie kind of situation, you know? It was envisioned as the female power fantasy movie, but instead it turned into men try to fix the world for everyone, women get in the way, and everyone goes back to being miserable. The moment I try to reload, I'm gonna get rushed. I know it. If the choice is between hot waifus and a strong woman, it's an easy choice. Yes, exactly. The droid commando sidekick comes to her rescue on a fairly regular basis. Yeah, well, that's because it's not a man, Digby. That's permissible. I also dislike the commando droid design. I dislike his writing specifically. He's not written, and he doesn't function or interact with the people around him as a droid. Droids are different from fully sentient beings in the Star Wars setting. They are still mechanical implements with programming. And their vernacular should reflect as much. Whereas millennial writing tries to turn everything into slavery. He fills his narrative role. We did get an interesting war trauma. What kind of fucking war trauma can a robot have? See, that's the thing. That's not an appropriate character for that. Droids are ordnance, not combatants. Malfunctioning droid having flashbacks? Yes, I think that's lazy writing. That's not a narrative that makes sense in the world setting. Make a different franchise with different internal rules, and then you can have your PTSD robots. Yeah. Beep boop, I killed a mother and her baby in her arms. See, a droid, especially a combat droid, would not have any kind of hang-ups about that happening. If you want a narrative about, you know, internal gripes with taking responsibility for things you have done, a droid is a very bad vessel for that. That is, when you attach a narrative to, however interesting to explore, to a character that does not make sense as a carrier of that character, that is still bad writing. R2-D2 can be an orderly little guy because he's never had his memory wiped. A commando droid can have flashbacks when he's malfunctioning. No, because the two things are very different. The personality quirks that droids develop when they go too long without a memory wipe is basically what's known as a ghost in the machine. It is them accumulating errors that congeal into a facsimile of a personality. It doesn't require me to suspend disbelief. Because the point of a ghost in the machine is to say that human personalities are a combination of little psychological and neurological quirks that in combination build up a person's personality and make him unique and different from other people, because the psychological norm is a retard. Like someone who has no deviation, no propensities, no unique attributes, that's like no individual personality towards him outside of just basic physiological functioning. That's just, that's just a lobotomite. Oh, hello there. Aren't the droids often explicitly stated to be sapient beings? That's the thing. They are supposed to, within core Star Wars lore, they are supposed to be on the brink of sentient, but never fully actually sentient. Oh, hi there. None of them are creeping up behind me. Oh. Few of them are creeping up behind me. I was not expecting aberrants to spawn this late in the run. Nell, you are not doing your job. I'm going back into my room. At least to reload. The Magnum has a significantly better flashlight. I can hear an aberrant. I like that the flashlight is attached directly to the firearm and only works in the direction where the firearm is pointed. That I appreciate. Alright, there's one more left somewhere. There we go. Wait, this isn't... it's round 10. I win. Why isn't the game over? Did I not read the patch notes? I'm sorry, but I want off Mr. Spooky's creepy ride. This is round 10. I win. Okay then. I guess peace was never an option. Headshots with a Magnum do 2.5x damage. Okay, sure. I have my sentient guard turret Ammo location indicator, movement speed. I would like a buff to my movement speed. Just to be goofy, I guess. Okay, I specifically remember there not being a round 11. So this is new. Kind of appreciated. I was kind of upset by the fact that there were only 10 rounds to play. So I guess the monkey paw curls. But yes, to your previous points, droids were supposed to be on the brink of suspected sentience, but they were never supposed to be like a fully independent sentient living being. And that's a formulaic that's a core misunderstanding that, for example, the people writing Solo had. Some droid classes were just outright sentient. I think that's a speculation rather than something that was outright stated in the lore. Was that a hitbox glitch, or did I whiff that first shot? I can hear one of them teething. There she goes. Up, cut down. I was correct to buff Nell as much as I did. Credit where credit is due. When you're not running and gunning and actually listening to the audio cues, the game does very clearly communicate to you what's happening. As long as you're paying attention, a spawned aberrant should never be a surprise to you. So I did whip that slightly to the right. Considering the extreme autism of Wikipedia contributors, anything in the Legends articles is basically fact. I debate that, because Wikipedia editors are also known to retcon certain things. The problem with Wikipedia editors is that the vast majority of them are also Disney bootlickers, so... Scalpel's having a grand old time. He had a knife, I felt threatened. Maybe switch over to the handgun real quick. Okay, no quiets lurking around here. out closer to Nell for her to pick them up. Oh, okay, so it's 11 rounds now. Got it. Exit to title. Oh, the button also works. That's why you consult the Legends lore article, not the canon ones. The Wikipedia editors manage both of those. I'm pretty sure they did edit. Oh, okay. There's more. There are more points to gain. Let's buy this. Okay, let's try hard mode once. I do not have high expectations. It's probably going to be very stressful. Alright, we want to maximize our ammunition yield and our available room space as well. Time left until round start, that's not fair. Handgun damage, magnet. Fuck. Headhunter. Fuck, unlock shotgun. Penetrating shot, yes. Yeah. Should have gotten some speed bumps. Okay, we'll get a movement speed buff later. You know what, realistically, with the first round only being Shamblers... Okay, that's good. That's very good. We're getting very good yields out of the handgun. Given the decreasing drop rates of ammo, I probably want to focus more on opening rooms. If my memory serves me right, the more expensive a given room is, the more ammo yield it gets. Okay, there are only 6 of them left. I need to be mindful of my ammo consumption. I no longer have Nell to bail me out, so... Question is, which rooms would I want to open? Points no. It's obviously a lower end room. 40 points also no. Yeah, I definitely want a boost to my movement speed. There we go. Let's agree to an 80-point room, that's fine. Oh, it's cutting my ammo right out of the box, eh? Okay, if I'm just dealing with Shamblers, I have the opportunity to collect my ammo while they're still aggregating. There's no ammo here. It's a good thing I don't have a stamina bar. The over-penetration ammo was also a good investment. Delcy is also going to spawn in the next one. Looking forward to that. Okay, right out the gate, I want to buff this. Because the enemies are going to be my best sources of ammo. Much of this room 180. This is a good room to unlock. We're gonna save up to unlock this one. I remember the security station also being good. 80 points? I wonder why. Oh, I can just reach out and get it. That's cool. A little cheesy, but I'll take it. Okay, we barely have any shotgun ammo. Basically nothing spawned here. There she is. That's definitely a look. Okay, we want to ideally not deal with Delcy too much, simply because she is a bullet sponge. That's by design. There's also really no killing her, quote unquote, because like she has a disgustingly large health. Okay, those are my 2 last shots of shotgun ammo. I best not spend that here. Where is she? There she is. Okay, this is starting to overwhelm me. I can see why this is hard mode. I don't entirely appreciate it. Behind me. Yeah, because she changes the dynamic of how I clear a level significantly. And that's with just relatively slow enemy ground. Fortunately, she only appears in every 3 rounds, so there's some minor solace in that. Does she disappear or just shot down? I wonder. Ammo location indicator, ammo drop rate. I want more damage. I want more damage. Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Increase magazine count. I guess he just despawns when no one's here. Okay, so 3 headshots. I now understand why there's a headshot buff for the Magnum. Because that's not for the fodder, that's for Delcy. Getting significantly garnished ammo boxes. I am not sure I want to spend any points on rooms now. Because while they do give ammo drops, they only give those once per round, and I don't really have the time to collect those. We have 5 left. Yeah, this is definitely more a gun and run kind of situation. One left. The thing that I want to do the least, and that I will have to do eventually, is having to manage Delcy and Aberrance at the same time. I am absolutely not looking forward to that. Oh no, here they are. That's gonna be the next round too. I'm probably gonna wipe on the next round. I'm gonna be real, I don't trust myself to be able to do that. If I move around, the Aberrants are slightly less of a threat, but only ever so slightly. And only if I can hear them pitter-pattering. Okay, I'm already getting overwhelmed. Gotta love that overpen. Not something that you should like as a responsible gun owner, but in this situation where crowd control is the name of the game, A necessary evil. Oh, I hear one more. I suppose I can get a suppressor. I think that was only a story mode buff. What story would a game like this have? Weren't you here when we played through story mode? The story is that you were summoned to install high-speed internet, and because you subscribe to only the highest quality of customer service, you insist on braving the zombie stripper hordes in order to ensure customer satisfaction. So you run around the abandoned haunted hospital solving puzzles. Pretty sure you were here when we were playing through that. Okay, do I have magnum ammo? Barely. It means we need to go unlock the magnum, but we also need to... Magnum, where are you? Come on, where's the magnum? Unlock the magnum, 500 points, hell yes. But we also, it's not enough to unlock the magnum. We need increased magazine count, increased damage. Because I need to be able to one-shot the aberrants, and I need to be able to dispatch Delcy very quickly, because she's... there she is. 3 magnum shots is how much she takes to go into cooldown. She's not dead, she is just on a cooldown. Make sure that Delcy is not running amok again. I hear another one. Shit, I can hear one more hatching right behind Delcy. Ah! I clicked off the screen, That's not fair, that's not fair. Nothing about this is fair. How are you not dead? I heard another one. There are too many of you to clear out like this. Hello. I'm gonna switch over to my sidearm. Okay, Delcy is down, that's good. Now we can exercise some crowd control. I do have the quitter bell, right? You probably didn't pay attention. That's understandable. Oh no, she's almost back up to full health. Okay, the handgun is absolutely indispensable here. We're going to have to buff the damage. Okay, so I can mag dump her into submission. That's good. Yeah, penetrator rounds definitely seem to be the play. One left. I wonder what happens to Delcy when you kill the last monster in the run. Try to plant them side by side just to get a look. There you are. Come here. Oh, okay, so she just disappears, okay. Okay, that's actually all the time that I have for today. So what we're going to do is we are going to end the run. Ah, okay then. That was definitely something. We're going to do a more more full-throated attempt next time. But right now, I am a little bit gassed. It's been a long stream, and something like that is definitely requires my full undivided attention. All right, so also, please be aware that there are no streams next week, as I am gone. So make sure to follow. That's not how that works. I forgot. What is my socials command? Is it like this? No. Socials. Yay. Make sure to follow on socials. Because that's where I announce the go lives. That's where I post news about what we're going to do and when. Yeah, and that is pretty much it. So Tuesday I'm gone, Saturday I'm gone, and I will be back. And I will be back next Tuesday. So look forward to that. We are going to start up a raid. Let's see. Streamo manager. Running to Japan for a week, Digby? Really? It's not something that I would realistically entertain. Just, given the price of tickets alone. Let's see. I'm thinking about something right now. Give me a moment. You know what? We've never rated Ariana, and she has entertained my debate topics quite extensively, so we may as well hop in for a brisk hello once in a while, especially since I don't think I overlap with her streaming schedules too often. But yeah, make sure to follow the socials, follow Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube, join the Discord. I only ping for streams or if something is only extremely funny. This has been Kuromaru Onii-san reminding you to stay hydrated. Bye-bye.
Negative, hold on. Where is it? Shit, what's it called? Yo, welcome